Alright. And no transcoder today. We are starting a bit late. It's 4 o'clock. How y'all doing today? I'm Federico. Welcome to the channel. Ooh. Just had some checkers, so feeling it. It is also today my 3-year affiliate anniversary. / that day I joined Extra Life. So I hope you all been well. A little tired, so I'm not going to do the experimental, even though it was extremely fun. So, let's get started. So, Endwalker will not be on Tuesday, Thursday because extended login time. I'm not even going to try to sit through that. So, we're going to do Death Stranding in those days. Wednesday and Friday when we have a lot more time, we're definitely going to do Endwalker. And don't forget, this Friday is, or rather this week, today is the 6th, so Thursday through Sunday, the 9th through the 12th, December Dash, for the Humane Society stream for all animals. Alright, let's let the music start while we finish getting ready. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. And here. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, now what the fuck were we doing last time? We were about to do something new, I think. As I refill my water. Let me consistency. Okay, now we're ready. A grave problem. Because rushing man assist. Oh my word! I need a throat lozenge. Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? Oh yes, this. What? Certainly, if the bird cage contained the body of the victim and was exchanged for another, that cage was also contained a body. And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths at unit remotely resembling the victim have been reported. We stopped right before that. That's right. Oh wait. Which means there is no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of the body double of Mr. Asman. Oh yeah, let's see if we can I don't think we can get the trophy back. That was the previous case, but yeah. The Clouded Korok. Let's see if I can get back the trophy, hopefully, that I missed. Oh yes, I have the save right where I needed it for the trophy. Oh yeah, who has the sample in order for the convict? We need to find something of Sarah Selden's in order to create an indicator for loose. Happen to be a person, somebody that's in the court record. Hey pal, upon my word, Mr. Naruto, your positive reasoning appear to be pickup. So, which particular person do you have in mind? Whom can we obtain a possession for the late convict, Selden, to create this? From you, Sholmes. And what, pray does the said person possess that could be applicable to our purpose? ... Good thing I have the save still. I had a save right at the spot, so I was like, okay, I can get the trophy. Let's hear your new and improved powers of reasoning at work, my dear fellow. So I had a trophy right at that exact spot. The save. As I go through. ... Dear me, left eye just switched. Are you concocting an elaborate excuse? Not some clever Japanese joke about wet noodle, eh? I hope. Ah, you got me. The noodler. Yeah, because I had to sit through the entire thing again before I progress no more. Like, let me get to it from the start. Why do I feel that though? So how to study my left eye now?
That's pretty much.
Yeah. I remember.
Yeah, that's like the reason why like the trophy is called the noodler because
yeah.
The Japanese joke.
Yeah, like I look back and like, ooh, I just had that because there are certain parts like in right before the very end I had to save there
before the end of the trial.
So I had luckily just made a save there because now I have to go a little bit further back, but not that much back. 8:22. When was that save? Yeah, a half hour. I would have to go back, but it would have been fast going the second time. All right. Now back to our current case. We resolved that trophy. Good. I figured it had to be there, but... so I don't have to play that case over the fuck again. So we have every trophy we can get so far. Except about the... okay, let's finish 3, 4, and 5. Escapades. Any argument about the shovel and spades. About the ladders and step ladders. We saw one thing of the ladder. We're still reading everything on their blackboard. And then something in the final episode. Alright, so that's our 5 trophies. Plus the ladders, step ladders. Ladders, step ladders, spades. We'll do the escapades, you know. And then the 4 and 5. We're talking to Gina, and after Rito regains consciousness, following incident with Toby. Alright, back to here. Why wish the prosecution demands you address immediately? Alright, we'll catch up to where we read. No missing person has been reported. Which means there can be no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of the body of Mr. Assman. That's true. If I remember, the 2 bird cages, there must have been 1 person in each. But I don't know if I got the answer yet, have I? Yes, I do. Real the body double stunt was achieved. Present evidence. Very well, the defense will address my learned friend's concerns, representing evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Assman's body double. Good gracious. Evidence? Do hope this is some filibuster, Consul. The court is expecting a name. If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now. Body double in the birdcage was hiding inside the balloon was floating above the stage, which means that this is only seen them from 60 feet away. So that would appear from an explosion some 18 meters of the spectators. Aha! Body double inside the body double inside the second birdcage was the waxwork head. We know that the victim, Mr. Assman, was in the birdcage that's situated inside the kinesis machine on the stage. Therefore, he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, contained something else. It described as a body double, which fell from the sky and crashed into Crystal Tower. Yes, Consul. According to some elaborate version of events, your stabbing would have happened. The body double in the second birdcage was, in fact. Go ahead, Mr. Naruto. It's alright, Mr. Naruto. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself and come out with it. Thank you, Mrs. Otto. I needed that. As I was saying, body double inside the second birdcage was, as believable as it may seem, that thing there. Bonk, bonk, don't. Dot. Open your eyes and look into mine, Mr. Mighty Beneath friend. Now tell me, what are you playing at? Stand firm now, Ryosuke. It's time to show your Japanese spirit. Yeah, this trial is really long. I think, how far did you get in the...
I more or less finished like the second part of the trial, so I have to do the investigation.
So yeah, you're about to start the next investigation. Time to show your Japanese spirits. The court will observe. This is a waxwork model. Weak flap. Model, in fact, an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago. The Professor. You started by indicating the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. And now you moved on to indicting waxworks? Yes, that's about the size of it. With a straight face. But why? And why this waxwork? Looks something like the victim. In fact, you can hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give? If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber. See, our multiple saves do serve a purpose. Just days before Professor Harebrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Tussbell's. Did you say abducted? And 2 days after the incident in the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum. Minus the head. Then the timing. Is it true, Mr. Drebber? At first I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Assman. O.D. Assman, to try to convict Professor Albert Harebrain. O.D. Assman. Oh. Oh.
Objection!
Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal?
No.
Hey. Are you actually on or are you trying to get on 14?
Huh?
Are you actually on or trying to get on 14?
Oh, I'm on. I'm just sitting here waiting for duty roulette.
Yeah, it's funny, according to their official thing, like for the NA servers, peak congestion time is from noon to 10 p.m.
So, wait, what? Sorry, what?
The peak congestion times, according to Yoshida, is from noon to 10 p.m.
What, like when the queues are full or not full?
When it's congested, trying to get in.
Wait, noon? I tried noon. There was no, I was like position 900. I'm like, okay. 5 minutes later, I was like already in.
Yeah, like I said, that's still, like I said, that's about when people start getting on.
How could noon be people getting on? Shouldn't that be fucking working?
Some people log in during their lunch break, and then
Technically, it should be the other way around, where congestion should be like around like, I would say, 5-ish, 4-ish to 5-ish.
I saw a friend post yesterday,
Because that's where everyone's coming home from work.
yeah, but that's for the people who have jobs. People who don't have jobs, you wake up around noon and then log in there.
Or like, they make it where if you're dancing or doing an emo, you can still get kicked out of the game.
Yeah, like I guess a repeated key or something. So the people who do the other way, put like a roll of quarters on top of the something to keep repeatedly do something. That probably still works.
Well, they're gonna stop that so people don't just.
I'm surprised after all this time they haven't done that.
Well, because they didn't really need to do that. Now they do because
They've always needed to do that. That's always been a thing every update, every main expansion. That's always been a thing. And apparently, according to the notes, also like that they fixed it. They have that thing in the Endwalker credits, but all the other end credits for before that, if you would actually get kicked out for inactivity if you just sat there and watched the credits.
That's just
because they didn't know that they didn't apply that logic that they applied to the here that like you're actually active because you're watching the credits. Because technically you're just standing in the world while you're watching the credits.
Yeah.
You're physically somewhere, not like in an instance or something.
If you couldn't skip the credits, then you're fucked.
You can, but like I said, yeah, just press a key or something, as he says, and the other ones.
But if you couldn't skip it, then you're fucked.
Yeah, it says, oh, just press a key or something and like, or move a joystick.
Last night I didn't get on until probably like 1 o'clock.
When you start getting on.
Morning. Huh?
When you start logging in.
Sorry, oh wait, I'll give it a second. Okay, sorry, what are you saying? Sorry.
When you start getting in.
When, just now or just
yesterday?
I didn't start playing until 1 in the morning.
But when you start logging in? When did you start the queue?
Like 12 in the afternoon. Yeah, like 1 in the afternoon. It took me like 12 hours just to fucking get in.
How many people were in the fucking queue?
Let's see, 5,000, and then every time I like try to like, and then every time I kept getting
Then one of those errors, like congestion errors.
The lobby error. Every time I got like 8 times, and then I got a couple times before me even hitting start, or you know how when you get on the screen that says like start and data center, I would get an error right on that screen. I'm like, and then suddenly I'm like, okay, well I'm 3,000, and it's like boop, error, and it's like, oh, data center section, error, and it's like, oh, sorry, your spot's not saved. Back to 5,000.
I had it once too, like, yeah, when the data center, before I could even get to the character screen, like, long before previous expansion, yeah, just, it's so congested you couldn't even get to that screen.
That's like ridiculous. Everyone, like, just takes a break, and then it's like, everyone comes back. It's like, oh shit.
Well, apparently today is my 3-year anniversary since I became an affiliate and also joined Extra Life.
I did log in and something popped up, and then like it said something about talking about like I don't know, items and the collector's edition and crap, and I guess it was saying that it's gonna add it. I don't know.
It should be tomorrow when the official launch that you should get it.
Ugh. They should just give it to us fucking during early access. Not fucking wait. I didn't even start the story yet. I didn't even start it yet.
There isn't too much in the beginning, so it's just.
Like I'm still been leveling out my Reaper.
Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense astonishing proposal?
I see some people are like already like level 90. I'm like, bro, like, do you fucking sleep?
No, some people just literally stay on until they complete things.
Huh? Wait, sorry, what was that?
Some people just literally stay on until they complete things. Like, one person who was in the stream team, like, he basically, a new game comes out, he'll play like 72 hours straight until he finishes the game or less.
Yeah, no, I wanted. Nope. I wouldn't do that. Fuck that. Whoever does that, just like, let's see what's the word. We're fucking idiots, and I don't know.
That the witness fabricated a vast machine with intention of deceiving some wretched scientists. He did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on the public stage, right, in front of a vast audience. In that in effect deception, he used a waxwork model with no way resembles the victim. I really believe this far-fetched tale. What do you decide?
But still, like a game, if it's not playing 72 hours straight, like, dude, you just fucking help. I don't even play
Wait.
that long.
Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible.
Well, no, it's not.
My lord.
I mean, 24 hours is fine, not possible, but still, like 72 hours is like, dude, you need help.
Yeah, he does that for every new game he gets, so.
Ugh. That person needs help.
I need to speak, if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues, we've reached an agreement. Very good. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, will you state your leanings of the court to hear now?
It'd be a more better way of this being a more of an element if they just kept the experience the way it was during summer, because then like, okay, look, you get to 81 or something, you need 40 million, and then it goes to 50, then 60, then 70, then 80, then 100 billion. That's what it should have been. That's how that's like how all animals are supposed to be. Like the higher level, the more expensive it's gonna take to level up. That's what it should have been. Like level 81 should have been like 50 million, and then like 82 should have been 60, then 70, then 90, then like 89.
Yeah, but
it'd be like 120 million.
Yeah, but unless you get a lot of experience, that will literally take forever to just grind up that level, and to basically just do that only.
Anyway.
And if you do mostly the story and just a daily or something, once you hit that high enough, like you wouldn't reach that for months.
Yeah, that's what it should be.
So what about all the fucking casual players that just come in for a certain time? Like,
I'm just saying, like,
if you have to grind a month just to get one level.
I'm just saying that, like, that's what it should be.
Then that means that if people actually play like that, then peak congestion will be the entire time of the game, because everyone has to be forced to do things. So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus. I knew that was going to happen. We shall get through this, Mr. Arrow, as we always do.
Ugh, I'm still waiting. I gotta do this.
And uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure. Yep, I agree. I have to appeal to the jurors as usual.
Minutes. Average wait time is 23 minutes. Yeah, fuck that. And it takes 30 minutes to finish.
Let's see if I can persuade them to change their minds. The defense will now embark on a summation examination. Of course. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly all present to hear the grounds on which each of you have decided to defend is guilty of the crime which he is charged.
Some people actually change their race to money boys.
It'll be, people. Some people will probably be mad if the bunny boys' outfits aren't as skimpy as the bunny girls.
That'd be stupid. It's a guy.
And it's a race. If you judge all the women outfit, like Fran's outfit is the starting outfit. It's like, why not? They all live out in the wilderness. Why do they need a lot of clothes? The jurors' contentions. I've known that woman for years. She'd never been accomplished anything. It's utter nonsense. These two would never be conniving with each other. Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely that waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? I have my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust him much. And what does that have any reason to do why he's guilty? Not the guy. I have no rigorous proof that this waxwork ever is in a birdcage. It's conjecture. Accusing someone without right evidences is not a proper job, is he? I won't have it. Somewhat unsurprising is that it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinions. Given that his face is obscured and his build in no way resembles that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at the suggesting it was Mr. Assman's body double. Mr. O.D. Assman. O.D. Assman. I finally finished his damn trial today. one way or another. Yes, the applause is deafening, and yes, I know it seems extraordinary. But that's the point. That's why I have the strong feeling it's actually a greater clue in this than anyone yet realizes. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruto?
I get like 2 million experience for completing the main scenario. I get like 2 million.
I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used. Why it had to be this model. Really? A reason why no one else would, you mean? Yes, I'm convinced. It's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yep, agreed. Have to find a way out of this. If you're ready, Consul, you may proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. The defense's rebuttal. Well, let's start from the beginning. No, that one for here, she wouldn't do anything. The order of things seem to have changed around here for some reason. Last guy's going first. I'm a cop, I lied. It's a cop's discretion to bend the rules sometimes, when needs must. Really? So you said that you're saying this person is honest, even though cops can bend the rules. That's your first fucking sentence. Don't you love logic with people? What's wrong with that? Yeah. What's wrong with bending the rules, says the cop. Where do I start? I've been working the yard for 40-odd years. That's even more than I thought. I've only had a metropolitan police service in town for 70 years, you know? Of course, times have changed. The public hadn't trust coppers back when it started. It was rough. We had to fight crime. We had to fight to win the public's trust as well. And when we did, forensic science was an infancy too. Even more than it is now. And it spearheaded the revolution. Dr. Sive, you mean? Yeah, that's right. About 10 years ago now it was. When I was a youngish Bobby on the beat. That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. Now look at her, head of the forensic investigation team. And a woman, no less. Well, you won't hear me complain. That's what we all dreamed of back then, I tell ya. Can you tell me why holding a gun in the air? We were all up to hold justice, lad. Full of him, we were. Full of him. That's coming across loud and clear. Oh, nothing really useful there.
Wow, someone's actually doing 80s. Drago Farm / Map Farm. Yeah, it's like someone's doing 80s. I don't have to do that anymore.
So they're nuts if the two would ever be conniving with each other. We're only just starting to understand the case. ... What are you reading there, sir? The woman behind these murders on Solar Pond Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you. That's not really relevant to the case, is it? You're wrong there. But it must be because of Dr. Sive in charge of examining bodies. It's the evidence arising from her works that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible.
Number 17.
Oh? Yeah, a friend posted yesterday a tweet like shows one person waiting to get in the queue. Yeah, that's me. Let me in. That's right. Oh, that woman was at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. Yeah, she's somehow involved in this murky business as a load of tosh. I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around. Nothing useful. Oh dear, it's more troubling. But surely the waxwork of the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? Oh, who else will switch the bodies? Why would you assume that? Well, it's quite simple, really. The unsettled swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he? True, as it stands, we don't know of any connection. Or do we? Oh gosh, but it would be delightful and romantic if they were somehow having a mutual interest in the waxwork. If only we could open this lock. Romantic? A woman in society such as myself use everything in terms of relationships, you know? Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to. One might wonder about the possible relationship between the defendant and the coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor there. The woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for. If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Sive will be enough. Yes, I agree. As so that whiff of a connection, she'll be first to know. I've had my own problems with members of police. I do not trust them much. So then why are you voting to convict? What sort of problems? Let's say we ran into each other on numerous occasions when I've been performing on the streets, says the magician. Right, I see. Obviously, the artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences. We'll perform on Greek magic in parks, on the street corners, and the like. But the police usually make any excuse to make our lives difficult. Ah, that guy has something to interject about that. Sometimes they cook up a story about extorting money from the poor. Ah, corruption, huh? Yeah, that's definitely not right. That's why I said that if you had to trust the police, you will have trouble. But here you're claiming the waxwork model was stolen to star in an illusionary spectacle? The idea is so wild I think I even take my chances to believe the authorities on this occasion. This is how the public views a large view of Scotland Yard, is it? Our own police force in Tokyo is not even 20 years old yet, is it? Wow. Perhaps we should view what's happening in London here and measure what's happening at home. Yes, like a Scotland Yard stick. Wonder how the policeman would feel listening to this way the jurors speak in the force. Sure, you have a word or two to say in response. Yes, he did. We just ignored him for now. Now we won't ignore him.
Why does Stefan have to be the first to meet Sneer?
Hey, hello, and thank you, Zero Night Girls. Welcome back. How are you doing tonight? No point, huh? This looks safe. Been good. Been good. Didn't do Overwatch today, so it's starting a bit late and kind of tired. It's a long day, but relaxing with some little voice acting. There's too many voices to do in this game. We should be finishing case 8 today.
Oh, sound like the thing.
Spinning the gun like that, how fucking dangerous can you get? Do you have some response to that, Mr. Automole? Who are you calling a mass murderer? Oh, sorry, my mistake. Got confused because I heard you look like him. I don't look anything like a man. You wanna be locked up, sonny? I'll arrest you for any charge. I'll make it up right now. Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we could move on. I was wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 said about your police force. And clearly you do, spinning your gun around. Back in my day, back in the good old days, it wasn't like this. What was it like, sir? We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then. And not now? Respected you? Huh, says juror number 3. Number 6. No one would have called a coroner into question in them days. Coroner's report is just a hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name to it. She was the best of the best. Hey, just hold on a minute. What's Keith say? Someone have ADD and a gun is gonna go off. Well, he's fucking spinning the gun by next to the fucking trigger.
Oops.
Just hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens? Alright, is that her maiden name? Courtney Sive. Who is Courtney Stevens? Ah, sorry, I got a bit carried away there. Stevens is Dr. Sive's maiden name. Ah. Her maiden name, so that was before she was married. Of course, yes. Silly me. Sive now, is it? You just gave us a connection. Stevens, I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently. Stevens. As in... there was a name of Stevens somewhere.
I am not that.
What was that name from?
Good day, so are
I know we saw that name too.
that. I am not that. Lawrence. That. See, he's not Lawrence, but it's only that. And it's like, not that.
Courtney Sive. Mr. Drebber. Ah, yes. That's where we saw it. In the old autopsy report. That's why it had to be this one. Yes, I remember we had seen it somewhere. Anyway, point is, those were the great days of policing. Not like now. Sorry to interrupt, sir. What do you think you could change your statement to include the name? Well, yes, I don't see why not. I don't see why not. She was Courtney Stevens back when I knew her. Like legend coroner even then. Alright. Now we have a connection. She was legendary, was she? What did you say? Huh? That woman is still the best coroner in the land. The head of the forensic investigation team. Legendary was your description, sir, not mine. Rubbish. That word never passed my lips. You just fucking said it. Never describe anybody that way, ever. And even if they're still in the game. Well, this guy's a little senile. I think the point you're trying to make in that Dr. Sai is an extremely talented coroner. Would that be fair? It would. Or for the fact that you're trying to drag her legendary woman's name through the mud. Again, you said legendary. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that legendary. Alright, so... it's not for him. What's the connection? Here's your connection. So we have a connection.
Enemies use it.
Trusting the police problems. Throw the wax river inside the bird cage. Keys some wild evidence. Alright. She was a legend back then. Let's start with this. These two statements are clearly contradicting each other. Good gracious. Whose statements do you refer to, counsel? So, juror number 2. Oh gosh, me? What can I do for you? I presume you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Sive, which in turn revealed a connection that wasn't there apparent before. Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But, oh golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean. Dr. Sive's maiden name is Stevens. And though the name the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it. My goodness! Evidence, you say? How utterly enthralling. Counsel, the court cannot overlook this last remark. Very much hope there is substance to your claim. Of course, my lord. I would ask the court, look at this. This evidence that clearly links Dr. Sive to the mass murderer known as the Professor. The killer's autopsy report. I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago. A 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does this have? It, of course, is from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork. The killer known as the Professor. The Professors? But the man was a capital offender, so... That's right, this is a certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Oh my! Courtney Stevens? Strike a light! It appears the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Sive 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Drebber was very deliberately stole the waxwork from the professor from Madame Tuspel's.
Oh my god, someone's like, hey look, it's almost 2022, no flying cars, what's up with that?
We were supposed to have flying cars since like 2000. But, you know who we can blame for all that? The gas companies. They buy out any patents that don't use gas to snuff them out. So until the gas runs out, and then we're all screwed. A waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Assman, at all.
Yeah, but don't forget, we still have electric cars that.
But even to make electricity right now, you still need gas. For most of it. And do you suppose that there is some unsavory relationship between those events? Absolutely, I'm sure of it. There is no doubt in my mind that the professor's case is at the heart a link that we have yet to uncover between Courtney Sive and Mr. Enoch Drebber. Dun dun dun. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is almost extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further. Not guilty. That's one. Quite right. Can't let this trial come to an end now. Not while there's still a cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best coroner. It wasn't like this back in my day, but we still gotta hope justice in the end. Didn't you just fucking say you fucking spin the truth however you fucking want? Just a moment ago. Not guilty. Alright, 2-4 now. It's the professor. That's what links the frightful swindler and the coroner. If the yard's coroner's under suspicion, then we're not done here yet. Are we? Clearly. Okay, so we got 2 links. They're not supposed to think those two would ever become knifing with each other. So he doesn't trust the police, we've learned that. See, no righteous proof of the waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture. Alright, so now we gotta convince the Monopoly man. How can we prove that it's been in there? Are there any dents in here? Until we get this key.
I hope I get let's see, 2 million for completeness.
We have nothing new for the moment. Let's find more connections. Dun, 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 dun. But you claim the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick. That I did, yeah. But there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there? Sorry? Grant you, given the cage's appearance amidst the explosion, there had been no need for a real person. But if the waxwork had been used, the culprit would have at least had the decency to make it look like the victim. Why? He's fucking 30 feet away from most people. Or 60 feet. I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency. Point is, if you're gonna make a criminal claim about the waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's not science. I suppose we expect no less from a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. But that perhaps means that his mind will be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence. Evidence that the Professor Waxwork was inside the birdcage. Can you produce that? Not right now. Well, I can say quite categorically, sir, we have no such evidence at this present time.
Ready all power to get it. Miss.
What else can we have? Crystal Tower. Not that. Camera came open. Yes, now we should like a glass plate. New photograph you see, yeah? Something wrong? There's no plate, it's been removed. machine. This has blood. The cover came open. There's no plate. Yep, we've already gone through that. Burnt glass. It's looking mighty suspicious, isn't it? Just making a moment to examine all this other evidence. So we have nothing yet as of this moment. That much is abundantly clear when that practical proclamation, I assure you. But the cardinal fact that I shan't be changing my leaning. Oh dear, that proclamation was even brassier than yours, Mr. Naruhodo. If only he has some evidence, then things might get different, though. This kid will probably give us evidence. Accusing someone about right of us is not proper, Chowsies. I won't have it. The corn-eating kid. I've got to ask, why are you brought that corn to the court with you? Colonel Cobb? He's been growing back in my farm. Picked him off on me way to town. He's a proper nibbler, he is. But you've been already eating this corn non-stop. He's a proper nibbler, he is. Yes, this nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe he could wait till after the trial. Oh, I don't like the sound of that. You need colonels at times like these. Whenever I have something big to decide, the colonels always take me in the right direction, see? You're talking about your cob of corn? Nibble, nobble, guilty, gobble. Nibble, not guilty, out. Nibble, nobble, guilty, bobble. Nibble, not guilty, out. Nibble, nobble, guilty, bobble. Nibble, not guilty, out. Nibble, bobble, guilty, bobble. Nibble, not guilty, out. Perhaps it's akin to fortune telling of flower petals that people do back home? Yes, that's what it sounds like. Professor Hairbrain's fate to be decided by a cob of corn. Could you try not at least to wait until you had more time to find the truth before deciding on the defendant's guilt? Ooh, I don't know about that. Me Tommy's awfully full already. Amazing. That seems a little far-fetched to think that the West will run this. On the other hand, Spain's a lot. Only a reason why that particular wax had to be used. Sure, it's the key to this, but it's the most amazing part of it too. It's the case you see what additional information you can glean about what's trying to change the juror's mind. Read a book while eating a rice cracker, Mr. Irwin? I'm sure you could do this. Right, yes.
I remember stuff. Never mind. We got belt. Belt? What?
I'm only starting with the case. So I mean this evidence led to the arrest. Let's try him again. Sort of problems, eh? Numerous times on the street performing. Cops are corrupt. Storing money from the poor. Here are sort of uses sort of model. Yep, we already listened to his word to say. Do we have evidence? How can we prove that it wasn't a birdcage? Some sort of liver here. Yep. How can we prove it was in the birdcage? Well, I see there's no scorching on that. Probable murder weapon. That's it. So there's blood in the screwdriver. And there's blood in the camera. Remember, what is it? And the bills there seem very dark red stains. This is some blood, actually. Oh my. Should not be thinking. So, if there's blood here...
Performance to Dream 1.
Yep, so there's nothing we can do back here for now.
I say remove all.
Prove the last was ever inside the birdcage. How can we prove it? Dirty feet. So how can we prove it was inside the birdcage? And a plaque.
That's pretty cool.
Okay. If only we had this stupid key. Please, I mean, think about it. Imagine having an itch you can't scratch.
Well, they only have 32 deaths.
How can we prove it's been inside the cage?
Yeah. Double E. Let's go.
We can try, but I don't think we have the evidence.
Yeah, let's do this.
Grant you, the birdcage appeared amidst the explosion. There had been no need for a real person. Culprit at least had the decent make a look at the victim. Claiming about the wax being inside the birdcage, give evidence. Let's say we do this time. Something I'd like to see. I firmly believe in my eyes, fling wise to trust men in white coats. Give me your jet black outfit on my test of trepidation here. You know, anyone in black. Looking in the mirror must be very trying. Waxwork was in a birdcage, namely.
Average 5 minutes.
Yes, cracked and broken. Down the crystal tower, fall about 30 feet.
Waiting.
So how can we prove? How can we prove it's been in the birdcage? Oh, we could prove that he was in the other cage. We could do that. Photograph. Start by shooting this. It's an unimpressive opening, if I'm honest. Well, this one comes a real point. It's already apparent that what comes next is equally disappointing, Counsel. How about the Professor was inside the second bird cage? I would assume that means it must have crashed into the crystal tower. Yes, that's right. I have to think it through that point myself. It's really only a tiny leap from there, would you think? Professor was inside the bird cage. So let's try it again. Oh, yes, that's right. It is the glass. It's not on the head. We have evidence that the body was used because we found the glass inside the... Yeah, it is the glass. We found the glass inside the body, inside the suit. That is the evidence. What's that, a piece of glass? Though it's unusually thick for glass. Yes, a piece of broken glass we found inside the jacket of the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass, though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower. The Crystal Tower... Holy smoke! Exactly, the centerpiece of the great exhibition where the very incident we're talking about took place. The in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through the window of that special glass. From whence a small piece originated. Is that it? Precisely. So, do you know... how do you say, now that's clear evidence to support assertion has been placed before you? Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say the color shouldn't come into it. No shit. Like what you showed me, yes, I feel obligated to change my position on the matter. In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now. President, that piece of glass leaves me a little doubt that the waxwork was indeed inside the birdcage. Alright, so now we gotta use that to change someone else's opinion. Thank you for reconsidering your position, sir. Your words are misplaced, boy. My opinion is governed by logic and science, nothing else. Yes, science is where you should direct your words of gratitude. Ah. ... What's the matter with you? Too good to say the words of thanks to the mother of all academic subjects? What is it about scientists, honestly? Alright. So let's see who we can pit him against then. Alright. To whatever connive of each other. Trust members of the police force. Accusing without evidence.
Wait. Gone? Going in blind. What should I say?
You little doubt that waxwork isn't in there.
How does that mean? Going in blind?
Conniving with each other. I don't think it's it, but we'll try. These two statements are fundamentally altered. Well, Mr. Foreman, there's to be a new Herlock Sholmes adventure published next month. Looks, my lord, the foreman, the jury isn't listening. Is that so? Well, I shall have to reserve myself a copy of the local news agent in that case. Mrs. Otto, no one's listening to what I say. Perhaps this will be a good opportunity to have a rethink then, Mr. Naruto. Fear not, my learned friend. I heard every sorry word. Sounds like I'm on the wrong track here. Better think again. Yeah, that was indeed the wrong one. Don't trust the police. Well, we have evidence. The guy next to you has evidence now. There we go. These two statements now contradict each other. Good gracious. Those two statements are you referring to, counsel? You put down the corn for a moment, juror number 5. Oof. You mean me? You pointed out that it was wrong to make accusation without evidence. But the accusation of the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage in the day in question is now without supporting evidence, as defense demonstrated to juror sitting beside you. Oh, is that right? Would it be fair to say You didn't follow the argument? I don't understand much besides Colonel Cobb, to be honest. Who the fuck let a little kid be on the jury, honestly? Of course you don't. If I could inject here, number 4, please do, sir. Now that this assertion of yours that the waxwork has been backed up with some solid evidence, it'd be wrong of me as a man of science not to pursue the matter further. Not guilty. 3-3. Ah, yeah, well, me too then. Sorry. If this brainy gentleman says he's right, then he must be right. See, I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Cobb or anyone who's got stuffing between their ears. Not guilty, says Junior. Success, if you can call it that. Thank you, counsel, that'll do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now call for guilty, 4 will call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time, and the trial must continue. We did it. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruto. Another wonderful victory. Normal court music. Waxwork of the despicable professor, used as a body double for the victim, was quite an extraordinary case. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe that assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation. It's the waxwork of the professor that links Dr. Drebber and Dr. Sive, and I'm convinced that there is a special significance to that link. I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't. Truth, sir, by using evidence and testimony. Humph. Back in my day, we didn't need no damn truth. If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in the case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness. The owner? Madame Tuspels. I really thought that Lord Van Zeeks would object to this whole line of inquiry. Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Tuspels to appear as a witness with immediate effect. ... Listen carefully, my learned friend. Oh, yes? You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box. ... The court shall adjourn for 45 minutes. I have to take a shit. During that time, the prosecution will summon a new witness and prepare for her for taking the stand. Madame Tuspels, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord. Alright, to be continued. Yep. Trial Part 4. After Investigation Part 4. Dun, 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 dun. Oh no, this is Trial Part 3. The whole first part was only one part. October 11:53 a.m. The Old Bailey. Defendant's antechamber. Yeah. Hey, pal. Ah, there we go. Ah, the Knight Errant himself. Oh, you've been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? I've been at the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are a fascinating affair. As a spectator, at least. Glad you've been enjoying yourself. I have something to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look anything like professor I've met before. And who is he? Of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred in me. But who knew the monster would be knocking on your door? My heartfelt sympathies. As it turns out, Lord Van Zieks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realize, isn't he? Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock. And now, the waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. Imagine even the shrewd Mr. Raper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move in your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. You make it sound deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling. Oh, yes? And what particular matter? Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Sive, Lord Van Zieks, and it seems like everybody in this trial has a link to the case somehow. Yes, in fact, I alone am not a member of the set. Though it leaves me with an empty set, all alone with no intersection at any other. Excuse me. Dr. Sive. Dr. Sive. Dr. Courtney Sive, Nee Stevens. Good day to you. You come to admit guilt? Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. What particular part, pray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. That. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in a laboratory wielding my scalpel. The smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. A policeman of the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Sive. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. Hoping you will take the stand and tell us the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. Lord Van Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Well, I'll summon you. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Well, we can request it. And he can't say shit about it. Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about it is the professor's case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it from me.
Yeah. I don't care.
But attempting to hide from the truth? That's cowardice.
Do you have any bow tie?
I've always fought crime in the way I see fit. I have no regrets. None at all. So you're saying you've bent the truth like the cop says. That's all I came to say. So she's bent the truth. So good day to you. ... She mentioned it too, that Pandora's box. Well, it's time to unmask the person. Whatever does it all mean? There's really no cause for concern, I assure you. When the trial resumes, the meaning will become clear, all too apparent, whether you like it or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. Oh yeah, I think I posted last week of how Iris woke his ass up. Jumping on him, spilling tea on his face, and knocking him out of bed and everything. And more before she finally woke his ass up. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much.
Uh-oh. Where's everyone? Rez!
Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of trial this afternoon you perceive that even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. ... Alright, I understand. Thank you. Good, I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I'm be gnawing at it the way you gnaw away at the truth.
I laid off still dead.
What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. It's time for the final chapter then. I'm determined to find the truth, no matter what. 24 October, 12:40 p.m. The Old Bailey Courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution. Are you ready and able to continue? The prosecution's ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. Defense is also ready. As the court is aware, this case under scrutiny began with the damaging incident of the Great Exhibition. And yet we find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial certainly defied all expectation. It seems to be fate of all trials in which his Nipponese is involved, my lord. Yep. Always one great twist from another. So done. Let's begin our exploration of the defense assertion that this was cardinally involved in this matter. Trying not to sway my better. This waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Lord Van Zeeks. My lord. My lord. Are you still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tuspels? Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak, and ready to be summoned. Very well. Bring in the witness. At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Tuspels to the stand. Things are about to become a lot more intense. If Drebber is responsible and sure he is, that means that he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Sive. And what connects the pair of them is that waxwork. Yes, the bottle of the professor. And it's the key to the link between the otherwise unrelated individuals. A tenuous link, admittedly, but at present, it's all we have to go on. She's making Sholmes. State your name and occupation for the court, please. My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspels. I am a waxwork artisan and the proprietress of the Madame Tuspels Museum of Waxworks. You have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon. ... Oh, so she's finally getting us He's finally getting a statue, does he? And now there's 2 of them in the world. Oh my, what an expression that she's carving into that face. A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this? Oui, this is true. At first, we believed they had been kidnapped. A waxwork model? Kidnapped? Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the court, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim? At present, there is no more conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. O.D. Assman. But of course, I know him well. He was part of my odious expressionist exhibit. Was he? I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Assman does not resemble the professor at all. Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar. Are you suggesting that we should see now the masked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it's strictly forbidden to open the lock. This is absurd. Pardon? Pardon? I don't know what face you carved in your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly, it won't be that of the actual killer. Indeed. The man's identity was never made public after all. The trial took place in closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. If that man was summarily executed, his identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There is no possible way that repository of tawdry exhibits could get his hands on that information. She didn't need the information. Quel dommage. It would seem you are not unaware of the Tuspel's principles. You are unaware. What principles? The family Tuspel really prides itself on the sculpting of models a la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with the complete fidelity. Et voila! Our principles. There is a well-known legend of the Tuspel's waxwork in the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Tuspel's family said it had been made of waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, this is true. That was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in minutes after following her death, actually, at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model is on display still today on the House of Horrors. We Tuspels will stop at nothing to obtain the faithful replicas of her subjects. Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose. It is the only way to obtain a lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations. Do you mean to say that beneath the mask? Oui, the true visage of the killer is there. This is ludicrous. It's out of question. The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tuspel's special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer emerging from his own grave is a sight to behold. You should come. Advertising at a time like this. I think, madam, it will be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on the matter. I will explain every detail of this macabre. You will explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in its creation. With pleasure. I'm out of water again. The Professor's Waxwork. Alright, let's begin. The special exhibit at the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the vision was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with the Tuspel family principles. I enlisted the aid of the grave digger and created a mold of the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I had myself until he gave me the signal. It was a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered.
The gravedigger? The man sanctioned this?
We. All I have to do is I will do all that's necessary to achieve the true resemblance the family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did it do, eh?
So you truly saw it. The face of the monster.
Naturally. I wasn't aware at the time that this identity was a secret. The Tuspels would not be Tuspels if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures.
I don't believe this. Even he hasn't seen it.
I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madam. Truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave.
The scene that depicts the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. Special exhibit was based on the picture in this article. It was the most dreadful account of what happened as reported by eyewitnesses who saw it.
The newspaper has been aired to court record. The new article.
The newspaper recounting the tale of the eyewitness who allegedly to the alleged resurrection of the professor in his grave on that night of his execution.
Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words.
Mr. Drebber's dreadful encounter. The public enjoyed absurdity, monsieur. That's why I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum. And it's the waxwork of the exhibit that was stolen from days before the incident of the grave exhibition, was it? That is correct. The professor, as you see before you here.
Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination.
This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Sive. There has to be a reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Sive and Drebber were in on this crime together. Cross-examination. The Professor's Waxwork. Special exhibit at the House of Horrors based on a rumor that shocked the Society of London. And that rumor would be a 10-year-old tale now, but no one in London would ever forget it. Alright, I know what you're talking about, I think. Of course, it couldn't be anything else.
Yes, that story will never disappear. The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is a central attraction in my house of horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city. It was like this. It was in Lowgate Cemetery behind the prison, in the dead of night after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab covering the tomb and emerged from his grave. The young man who witnessed it felt the scream welling up inside of him. But then an instant later he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. Bullets struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way into the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life. The corpse climbed out of his own grave? And someone shot him? Who? Who was it? Good questions. Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it was just a rumor, perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love their stories like this. That's why it was in every newspaper across the capital. But it was just a story. I mean, this is exactly the scene that has been seen today in a museum, isn't it? Oui. The special exhibit was modeled in that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper article imaginable. Madam, may I say something? May I say something? Oh, please go ahead, mademoiselle. When something so described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often rumors are certain elements of the truth. Ah, I see the people of the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe. Can we be sure that the professor's execution was successful? We don't know. It is not possible for the dead to come back to life. So, i.e., he was never dead. Sorry? 10 years ago, it was in the Lowgate Cemetery, after the criminal's professor was killed by hanging. I took a waxwork impression of the visage of the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you, the man was dead. I see. It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered an intended fate. ... An impression of image is taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Tuspel family principles. Is that true? Is that true of every waxwork in the museum, then? It is, assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know? What sort of letters? When my time comes, please make my waxwork of me. Come on, Ja. No. The museum is famous, monsieur. To be made a waxwork is an honor. And for some criminals, a symbol of status, even. Because nothing says hardened criminal like better than wax. And it's thanks to that one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. Refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course, the professor, whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression of an actual corpse. There are no exceptions to the principle of the Tuspels. But we don't know if it was him. The gravedigger could have brought another corpse. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger to create a model of the head of the cemetery. Just before the interment. Surely that's illegal, isn't it? Maybe. Dot. It would seem the proprietors of this repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed. It had nothing to do with money. The man was a part of London's criminal history. That's why I had to sculpt him. To record the history. It's the reason they deter the Tuspos Museum. But if the man was convicted of the closed court and sent to immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity. I assure you, behind the mask is hidden the true face of the professor. Do you realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret. I understand. And now the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed. It must perhaps close. Of course it will. As will your entire museum if you don't tread carefully, madam. Very carefully. That would be another interesting chapter in history of my family, I think, don't you? So 10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution, you took the wax impression of his face from the corpse. Oui, exactamente. I hid myself until he gave the signal. It was a very long night that night. Oh, we haven't examined the article yet. Oh, actually, no, we did. There was nothing new. Assman. Why is Assman's signature here? Ah, he made it happen. Drebber and the Assman. So we have evidence for them working together. You were there longer than you expected to be? I had some difficulty in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I moved the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open and I had some problems with the chin. Dare I ask? Wouldn't that mean it's been dead for a while? The man had been dead in a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxed and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night I was alone. As a consequence, I had missed my perfect window of time. What do you mean? I take the impression of the visage of the cadaver. I always wait until 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? Is the amount of time significant? It's because of rigor mortis. Ah. A wriggling mortis is the name given to the phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles of the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then it goes away. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to the relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death that body has been discovered. Well, that was education. An education. It was a slight scary one. As the mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw. I see. So that's why you wait. Before that time, the mouth falls open and it's very difficult to do my work. It's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. I wonder about that information if the courts just heard from Anatuspos. It's significant, yeah. The information about the rigor mortis you just shared with us. Would you mind including in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant. Of course, I don't mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave. This is no time for jokes, Mrs. Addo. Madam, kindly amend your testimony to as discussed. Bien sûr. Took a very long time because that was before the onset of rigor mortis. Before? But she said she'd been waiting a while. Rigor mortis meaning a phenomenon you described, whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said that it starts at the jaw, about 3 hours post-death, is that right? Oui, c'est ça. Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season. Didn't realize waxwork artists will be so well versed in the subject. No, that's only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine. Well, I had no idea about it, but maybe I won't admit to my ignorance in forensic science. Could I ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you like? I think courses should be your domain. I'm not good with them. Oh dear, I'll do my very best. As dawn approached, I was very worried I could be discovered. You said that dawn was approaching. What was the time of day then, approximately? Well, I could not say. But when I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, the morning light was becoming visible. The execution took place on the 17th of June, which had the earliest sunrise that year. Indeed it did. First light would have been around 4:40 in the morning. So after the 12 hours. And that's important knowledge. That really is early. In fact, this is very little time. So I finished my work in half an hour. Necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If somebody had discovered me, there would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry. Stab, 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 angrily. Is it me, or does Mr. Sholmes seem to be taking a shape more quickly now, too? It certainly appears to be extraordinary lengths to do your work, madam. I wonder, is she said particularly significant? Sure, why not? And those details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture, early as sunrise, including your testimony, leave us significant. Of course! Would you like me to? You're quite right, Mr. Naruhodo. It is intriguing. A sunrise at 4 in the morning would certainly be unimaginable at home, wouldn't it? That's not quite what I meant by insignificant. Kindly amend your formal testimony then, madam. With pleasure, my lord. I hurried to finish the work in half an hour before the sunrise. Then I left the corpse as was interred. So according to her own testimony, it hadn't been freshly killed. Did you have a reason to believe you might be discovered once the sun came up or something? I had paid a great deal of money to keep the little secret, of course. But with the morning light, I knew that the warden of the prison would commence his patrol of the area. Could you just have paid off the warden too, then? I already paid the gravedigger, as I said. You cannot buy the silence of everyone, or the secret is no longer a secret, huh? The sun rises at 4:40 a.m. that day, which means it would have been around 4 when you began sculpting your work. That must be correct. That would be when the gravedigger gave me the signal to come out of hiding. So that's all I have to go on. What's your feeling, Mr. Naruhodo? For some reason, Dr. Saya went along with Drebber's plan. Now, that really true, then the professor is the only thing we know of the links to pair them. I feel as though there was waxwork. We'll see a clue to this mystery somewhere. That's the case, we'll use cross-examination to uncover what exactly. Jurors are to surely revert their leanings and trial will be over. I agree. But interestingly, covering what the professor has to do with all this means more to Lord Van Zeeks than anyone. That's the impression I'm getting anyways. Yes, as do I. After all, he has a profound connection to the professor as well. For an interment. So what evidence can counter this? For a remarkable one. Well, sudden fright left and something. Drebber and the Ass Man. So what's the contradiction here exactly? We have all the information. Now where's the contradiction? But rigor mortis. This is the contradiction. Wrong spot. That statement seems to but the evidence. Is your task. That is your task with us. Explain this somehow to the court, not the other way around. You seem to jar, huh? Don't you think? What I think is the whole exchange has been extremely jarring, yes. Alright then. It's the one before. No? Surely something seems odd. Last time, would you care to mull over precisely what you find out about in your return home to Japan? I wouldn't be back to give the court an answer for about 4 months, though. Rest assured, we will be happy to carry proceedings forward in your absence, counsel. Sounds serious. I have to prove my worth before he really does send me back home. So it's not in the last two. Alright, so but if it's on the night of the execution, So what is the contradiction here? It was before the onset of rigor mortis. Yeah, if he was not dead, then yeah, it would be rigor mortis. Yeah, we retried that. Something seems odd. From then, at night at the local cemetery. On the night of the plebeian's execution, and the three other young men who witnessed a shriek. A second, a gunshot rang out suddenly. We still once more. Realized the scream and had run for his life. Very soon was experienced this shock. Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science. University of London and a resident student dorms. There's the gravedigger, Mr. Enoch Drebber. Nope. Object to the last statement, my lord. Overrule your objection, counsel. The defense will accept the penalty given. Glad to hear it. You also have time to think again, huh? What evidence do I have for this? Confirm a hanging. Ah, that's the thing. If they hang them at midnight, then rigor mortis should have already set in. That's the discrepancy. That's the discrepancy. Madam Tuspels. I have here the Autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. Confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And is that a problem? I believe it is, because your testimony and particularly detailed report completely contradict one another. We? Are you going to explain yourself, my Japanese friend? According to her testimony, Madame Tuspels was creating vascular expression just before dawn. And at the time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, madam? You are a yes. As I said, the stiffness of the jaw is the first thing in the rigor mortis, 2 to 3 hours after death. But the man's jaw was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time. But on the other hand, if you took Mr. Saib's report, if you look at Dr. Saib's report, quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, June 17th. No! If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor would have been already have set in. Oh yes, you're right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong. Hint dun dun.
Objection.
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. That very idea is absurd. In that case, there is only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Impossible! Order in the head, Futurama. Counsel is beyond folly. Counsel is beyond folly. Not only did you indict and alter a report, Dr. Sive, but you implicated members of the staff of the Barclay prison that the execution took place. By heck, extraordinary. Not in my day. My learned friend appears to have overlooked one crucial fact. The witness could be lying. Well, fact. The professor died that night. Without question. According to who? It's a state secret. He did, of course he did. Ooh, the man's limp jaw in my own hands. There was no... Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die in the gallows? He didn't die... Are you insane? What are you suggesting that did happen in that case? It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Sive, the professor, and the one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly how I'm suggesting that happened that night. Counsel, present evidence at once. Evidence that will allegedly explain what really happened that night of the professor's execution. That photo. What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in dead of night in local cemetery. You're suggesting that it was a corpse coming back from the dead now? Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection.
Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press. But can you be certain of that? Are you serious? The point is, the article says there was a witness to what happened. My word, yes indeed. Masui, the young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection.
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it up. And in any case, that was 10 years ago now. There will surely be no hope of finding him. We have it in the picture. On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well. What? Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question? You know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place? Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say he's right here before our very eyes. You will substantiate your claim now then, counsel. Who was the alleged witness in this staggering incident in the cemetery 10 years ago? Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Take that!
The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Drebber.
The previous witness. The special exhibit of the House of Horrors at Madame Tussauds Museum of Waxworks recreates a decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And the young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber. Order! 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 In the head. Surely not, counsel.
Drebber was there? In Lowgate Cemetery?
What is all this talk about, Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant? Yes, it is, madam. Of course, Madame Tussauds doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, madam. To your situation as well, in fact. What situation? The theft of the Professor Waxwork from the museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man. None. But what that would mean? ...
Madame Tussauds. It would appear you know the name Enoch Drebber.
Yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past. What? Oh my. Good gracious.
Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
Yes, of course. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed, except in this specific fucking article you gave. That is, apart from the one newspaper. The Daily Circus. It was a paper in which the articles have been shown you in court. You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article. Goodness me. Yes, here it is. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of the science of the University of London, and in resident student dorms, which we read. Unbelievable. If they're on the left. When I read this article, I went to meet the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal and coming back to life at the dead of night will be the perfect exhibit in my House of Horrors, whenever it was the truth or not. I see. So you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt the waxwork of the man, did you? Exactamente. He was studying science at the University of London those days. He was just a poor student. Paid him £5 to model his waxwork. Ooh. £5 in those days. And since that time, it has been my museum to recreate the scene of the terror from that cemetery. Boom. Doom. Doom. So, 10 years ago, a young man appeared in the public at an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we were discussing here today. Even though Waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim, the face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? ... Which brings us 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed to the Crystal Tower. Birdcage is in fact contained not the body of the Assman, Mr. Assman, but the same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated Dr. Sive would have noticed immediately. And yet she submitted this autopsy report of the victim which the court had seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying? Dr. Sive put her name to the document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. Criminal who appeared apparently resurrected was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used his particular waxwork as a body double. Ugh. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Sive to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected. He has no objections. But according to the missive I received this morning from the prosecutor's office, Dr. Sive is unavailable to participate in this proceedings. Is that not the case? No. She told us so herself, didn't she? She came to the fucking court, so obviously she's available. Lord Van Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness, so, well, we are. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the professor's case. Please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information out of it from me. She was here this morning, so yes, she could have made it here. Something happened on the night of the killer's execution 10 years ago. Surely nobody will want to get at the bottom of this any more than Lord Van Zieks. ... The prosecution calls for the instructions on the missive to be scrapped. But Lord Van Zieks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection.
The assigned prosecutor has final say on any policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Yes. Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Sive both take the stand together. Order! Order! Order in ahead! Futurama, never let it die. Very well, I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect addressed to Dr. Sive of the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend Her Majesty's orders. Alright then, Enoch Drebber and Dr. Sive. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime would never have been committed. I am a stone throws away, I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out. There she is. Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Sive. Why were you waiting outside? I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zieks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is none in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt. Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Sive, as the investigator coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer known as the Professor was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the mass execution in my own eyes and officially pronounced him dead. It remains to be seen. Is that so? According to the newspaper reports of the time, the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Tis, don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? ... If what you saw in that graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to some very great secret of Dr. Sykes. That secret is so profound it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. This logic is vibing. ... Mr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. ... So, he was the student who saw it. You can see the resemblance, actually, can't you? With the man in the Madame Tussauds, I mean. Surely he's not going to claim he really saw what he saw, especially after all these years. He was a research student at the University of London, wasn't he? And a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me. Ka. That's his laugh. What an interesting twist. When at that time not one person would take me seriously. And yet here we are now, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters, and in a court of law too. Very well then, if everyone so wishes, let's be frank. You be Sally. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth. ... So, Mr. Drebber, your testimony, please, about the events of that night, 10 years ago. You'll tell the court exactly what you stumbled across on Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, of course, as you wish. Witness testimony. In a cemetery 10 years earlier. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery all those years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, an illustration in the newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterward, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of wax for me. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. It was all because of this newspaper article. Really? But this trophy says otherwise. Wait a minute, you're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now? Of course, you have to have a screw loose if you believe a corpse will come back from the dead. But, so you said this article is not worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly, yes. Ah. If the details of the article aren't true, it nullifies your argument why Mr. Drebber and Dr. Sykes have been working together. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument. Tell me, witness. Do you claim to have been in a cemetery as some auxiliary business? Can you elaborate? I was masturbating. I like fresh corpses. That's right. Grave robbing, to be precise. As you know, Logie Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. Criminals have no valuables. So among students of the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, assuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead. So, you were one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge of society. Resurrectionist? Actually, my fellows and I went by another name. The repurposers. That is quite beyond pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me great headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration in this article? Yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. And if you look at that, ass man. Oh, the ass man. Oh, ass man. So now you're saying that's the proof of why you murdered him. Obviously, as I was ticked on, I barely regret what I've done. Claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish. Very foolish. Murr. Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed to the cross-examination now. At once, my lord. In a cemetery 10 years earlier. The reason I was Logie Cemetery all these years ago was a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Grave robbing, huh? By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you? Surely you only need to look at the grave scene, my appearance, to gauge the answer, yes. She looks so cute. She looks angry like a Team Go Rocket leader. The lantern in the spade. But who on earth would want to buy a dead body? Any major hospital. A hospital? In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world who has enough specimens to work with. Though obviously they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means. As aspiring scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, as I am sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious arrangements with the hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. It was all for furthering of science, you see. Well, why not? You're already taking the fucking body, why not take the valuables? It's not like it means anything more. That is what we told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand. It's a shovel, damn. You realize body snatching is a serious crime. Where is it? If you were caught, you would expect the gravest of consequences. Pun intended. We students were caught between a hammer and an anvil. We needed funds for research. Well, the valuables, if there were any, would have been useful for that. Professor Harebrain said exactly the same. I'm quite speechless at the apparently levity in which you revealed this abhorrent behavior. Santa Claus is upset. Well, if you want to know why I was there at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason. But I would never expect it to end it that way. That I regret to this day. Yes, the illusion of the newspaper article is based on what I witnessed that day. The strange happenings of Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny. Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time. You know, I was shaking like a leaf. But they did not believe a word of it. In fact, I was nearly arrested myself. So you went to the papers instead. I started big with the London News, but unsurprisingly they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, it was reporters from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came up with my story. That came to get my story. And it spread like a plague through the capital as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale. The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets. And yet only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories. What about the article in the Daily Circus? That particular journalist found me in my dormitory. I don't know, but he discovered my name. So I recounted to him exactly what happened that night. And from your description, he drew this illustration. Precisely, that's how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see. Newspaper reporters are wont to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate then. Well, thinking back now, I realize I never actually saw the professor at all, though. What are you talking about? I think I explained already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison, and it was renowned among us students for the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night. As a result, only too willing to believe the nonsense about the dead coming back to life. But you said you actually saw it. I said what I had seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night. Yes, we do. But not yet. Not yet. You want to continue this story first. I don't know. Is there any evidence that could show that really you see the professor? If we have something at all, Mr. Naruto. I know we need to present it again that this is a rationally backtracking statement of his. At this point, that night was a pivotal moment in my life. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted me as out of wax. And she gave you a lot of money. That won't be Madame Tussbells, of course. Precisely. I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I explained, I went by the name published in the article, and come to say I found the man. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student and barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. So you readily consented to having a waxworker yourself made and gave permissions for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded. Ah, oui, I remember it now. I purchased something else from you that day, n'est-ce pas? Oh, did you? Did you? I cannot say I remember. What was it, madam? His camera. Oh. Now we see the camera. Ah. Oh, yes. I made a point of taking it with me wherever I made an excursion into the cemetery. You took a camera with you, sir? To what end? The masses filming crimes that they commit. To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it. I see. But I still have it, monsieur. It's part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I am very meticulous about such details. It is the Tussbells' way. And it would seem that this is the very camera Mr. Drebber took with him in that Logate cemetery that night in question. Yes, interesting. Details of the camera have been updated in the court record. The camera that Mr. Drebber had actually with him in the cemetery 10 years ago, when the lens is extended, the dark stain can be seen on the bells. And then gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was because of that newspaper article. So we have two contradictions. This article, you mean? Published in the Daily Circus. Yes, somebody informed me that the dean was... It was my name that appeared in the article. And curiously let slip that night after night I was digging up grave. Hardly a model student, you might say. University's reputation was extremely defiled, and I was expelled as a result. What to do? I had no idea. And we run out of university, you find employment in some other specialist trade. Somewhat specialist trade. ... You combine your knowledge of science with the knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended for demonstration of never before seen technology. You use deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors to give you money. ... Professor Albert Harebrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. What's Drebber up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim? I wonder if perhaps it's because of his circumstances have changed now. What circumstances? Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerge from his grave that 10 years ago, it would expose Dr. Si's past that she would desperately want to hide. Yes, of course. Drebber was Dr. Si were working together. Drebber would betray her, then that would be no reason for her to continue cooperating. In that case, there's only one way around it. I have to prove he really did see it. Prove he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead as originally claimed. Yes, Mr. Naruto, exactly. With the camera. And then the wax model. There's 2 claims. Gave up on becoming a scientist. Yeah, it's not relevant enough. Something of this statement seems odd. Would you care to mull over back in Japan? No. So, while it's true, that's not true. We have to present the other one. Then maybe we could do the science one. Really now. Call out statement of the Lord. Overrule. So let's re-examine this again. Wonderful machine. Oh, you look contraptions like this, don't you? Oh yes, anything mechanical but absolutely irresistible. Almost irresistible, surely? But whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart. That's worrying. Yes, father tells time by the rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up on having a watch. Poor Professor Mikotaba. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? On the bellows just here. Seems to be some very dark red stains. Yes, you're right. Looks like blood, actually. Oh my. Sure is not what you're thinking. Ah ha ha ha. The photograph goes. So if it's not them, then the mask is something completely different thing. But saying you never saw it at the camera would be the right thing to say there. But it's not. Let's go back to the head then. No. Alright. Alright, so you're saying it's there. Is it the newspaper? I don't think it's the newspaper. It is the newspaper. I'm sorry, Mr. Trevor, but I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Your latest claim. You did see the professor that night 10 years ago. Oh, we seem to be at odds, but I was there, and you were not. You know what I didn't see. The illustration in this article was drawn based on what you told the journalist that you witnessed. A figure emerged from a tomb, wearing an iron mask. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago. It was excited that the closed court ruling and that man would wear a mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be moved even during his execution and subsequent burial. Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face, but obviously the provisions of his mask were not made public knowledge. So, Mr. Gerber, as you've heard, a lowly student of the University of London certainly would have known of the condemned man's mask. Unless he actually seen the professors that night. And it's inconceivable that the artist would have included that mask in the illustration. Order on ahead. Well, Mr. Gerber? Watch is dead. A vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely. As I have been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified, which is why I had it in my head that I had seen a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards, I came to my senses and realized that I had been mistaken. You're saying you didn't see it? You're still saying. And if you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony explaining exactly how you think your eyes are deceiving you. Of course, only too happy to oblige. Can't believe it, he's still not going to concede that point. ... What if I in fact witness was a fellow grave robber at work? Now let's press that. A fellow grave robber. What are you talking about? Well, I was not the only one busy at the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I emerged from the hole he dug, I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So that's a terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. You're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as usual. Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria doing dissections. Clearly the fellow was possessing such a mask to protect his anonymity, would you say? But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes to say, in the next second, the gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's heart, whose breathing was stilled once more. You might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them. If a grave robber had shot someone in the cemetery, I think that would have been rather big news, my lord. Ah, yes, well. I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted later by the reporter. She's angry. An embellishment? As I explained earlier, most of what the papers publish in these events are fabricated nonsense. Journalists had a great time fashioning it into a horrifying ghost story. So now you're saying there was no gunshot. That's right, yes, I'm afraid so. Mistakenly thought I'd seen a corpse coming back to life and then fled the scene. That's all that really happened. Alright, and now we're gonna press her. So you're saying there was no gunshot? Ma'am? Madame Tuspels. You don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. Don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. Oh la la, pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that's all. How Monsieur Drebber could claim this now. If you don't mind me saying, madam, what are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago at the university's dormitory, you were telling me about your adventures in the cemetery known, including the gunshot. Stop. You might want to watch your tongue, you know. No threatening the witness. That's my job. Have a care, Drebber. There's no way to speak to a lady. Please, Madame Tussbells, carry on. Of course. According to what Mr. Drebber told me in the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort. No, and you were very explicit about the details. About the mask and the figure was wearing, and the blood that splattered over you when he was shot. Aha. Enough. Shut up, woman. You are making all this up. That'll do, pig. Mr. Drebber. Yes. You refute this account given by you refute the account given by Madame Tussbells. ... I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on, do you really expect us to believe you? Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom. It's not baseless, sir. Right. Under the circumstances, I think it's best to use supplement your testimony with clarify your position in this witness. Again. Supplement this very well. That. Now, new thing. 6th thing. So, 3 supplements. Or rather, there was no gunshot from behind me, and there was a blood. Okay, now we have the evidence. Now we can present the camera. Yet, Madame Tussbells has testified you told her about both those details. Not true. I said nothing of the sort. 10 years have passed. While material evidence to the contrary, you have no grounds on which to question a witness's word. Ah. Tell me, Madame Tussbells. Oui? What exactly did Mr. Drebber say about the blood that apparently splattered on him? Allures, that's what he told me. All of a sudden he heard a very loud gunshot from behind his back. The bullet hit the figure was emerging from the groom in the middle of the chest, in his heart. One dreadful sight after another. And since the Monsieur Drebber at the time was facing towards the condemned man, blood sprayed the wound and splattered in his body. That's what he told me. So, not an experience you want to forget, is it? Ever forget, is it? Precisely. I did not forget it because, as I have already said, it did not happen. It never happened in the first place. He is clearly lying. If only has some evidence to prove it, which I do. We can't let him win, Mr. Naruhodo. Mustn't overlook a single detail, no matter how small. Now we present another evidence. Objection, bitch. Mr. Drebber, you remember this camera? But that's the camera from the Fateful Night. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. ... And is that supposed to be significant? The kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forward and the end of some bellows. Like this. What's that? Just there, just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain. That's right. It's rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact.
Good lord, are you suggesting?
Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a splatter of blood. And something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Seif? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood or not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood is simple enough. I propose that Madame Tuspel's testimony is correct, and that the night in question 10 years ago, you were splattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, and that furthermore, you really didn't witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. There is simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you've been trying to hide the fact that you saw a professor that night. But why? Why would he do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. For whose then? Who would benefit? Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody.
My goodness, he's shielding someone.
Dot, dot, dot. He's looking right at her. Yes, my lord. And clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth, like the professor's coming back to life, to be exposed.
Well, counsel, who is it then? Who is the witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night?
Standing right next to him. The obvious answer is Dr. Seif. Seif.
Whatever do you mean?
Imagine if the convict who had been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor,
That would be an unprecedented scandal.
this is beyond a joke. I need to point out that the dead did not come back to life. What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean. Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain. Except no one saw it. But in fact there was a witness to that fact that he demanded to escape his hanging.
If that were really true, counsel, the implication of his misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up.
And it's exactly because of these monumental repercussions that Dr. Seif would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret, even if it meant being complicit in the crime.
You mean?
I meant that Dr. Seif wasn't collaborating with Mr. Drebber's wicked schemes. She was coerced and collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Assman with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Yeah. Now her turn to be stunned. He's got the spurs out. Lord Van Zeeks. Pray forgive my freshly filled hollow chalice and the whole raft of the discourtesies now. Uttered discourtesies now. Now he's upset. Goodness me. Is this the sort of tale you Londoners would enjoy, I grant you? It is just the sort of tale. An executed killer rising from the dead. A Scotland Yard cover-up. A conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing. What's that? Is it that condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest? Who pulled the trigger? And disposed of him forever? That would be Dr. Sive. Well, I have no idea at the moment. We have too little information to work with at present, I think. I couldn't agree more. It's Dr. Sive who killed him. The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. And have you considered this, my learned Nepalese friend? Consider what? You realize what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such a criminal activity. At tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary. Quite. Hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research can warrant it. To rely on a stage deception that's like so much as at stake would be madness. Oh, well, I suppose. And this is no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. We know who. We had the picture. A man was already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Assman at all. You just told us in your fake testimony why. Well, point that article out again. Or are you forgetting that his death results me in not receiving a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between the victim and myself, no? There is the contract, that is very true. The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Especially for a government grant that he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. If the research grant was the aim, taking Asman's life would have made no sense anyways. Which means Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't for money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Assman. But why? Why was his motive? We have the evidence. Your time is up, my learned friend. I say you have one last chance before the jury loses their patience with this charade. Let's see if you can back up your heavy proposal, shall we? He dodged out the fucking way. How do you expect to explain why this engineer would throw away caution to win and threaten his own country? At this point, I am not prepared to listen to any more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence. Alright, who exactly was Mr. Assman and Mr. Drebber? There's a connection there no one has seen yet. Yep, they haven't seen it. I'm going to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. Two pieces of evidence. Yes, my lord. Establish the motive why the witness wanted the victim dead that night is here. In the article. It's a newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago. And every detail has been examined already. What could it possibly tell us? Not every detail. That drivel should never have been written. A typical gutter press nonsense that literally means nothing. Yes, on its own is particularly insignificant. However, When considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Assman dead.
What other evidence?
Counsel, you will present your supplemental evidence without delay. The evidence which a cross-reference with this newspaper article establishes a motive for wanting him dead. But I got print him in October, but it's hard to make out he's wearing that. Why would you want him dead? Every article about the Great Exhibition. Positive about the hopeful century. $10 pages for 1 penny. He wanted to make it a public spectacle. I'm gonna say the newspaper again. I don't think it's that. I think it's fair to say that after your presentation of evidence, counsel, we have only half the story.
That's right, my lord.
That's right, my lord. As I presented another piece of evidence to complete it.
Craig, my learned friend, only had half an education. And irony wasn't included in the syllabus. And he put words of 0 syllables that even you can understand.
Wait, I see it now. It's a play on syllabus and syllables. That's the irony.
That was just a pun, Mr. Naruhodo. The irony was elsewhere.
Oh. The requirement clearly does not stand on the second piece of evidence, which remains elusive. Ah, yes, sorry, my lord. So we have the first piece. Why you wanted him dead was the article. Alright. I think I understand now. The little metal plaque here, look. Fostering Belgian time for the future of scientific discovery. Seems rather ironic. It claims Mr. Drebber was really talented a scientist. But was it his? A very prestigious award for a young scientist. I think it's a trophy. I think it's fair to say your possession is half the evidence, half the story. Yeah, it's not that one. Alright, let's try this again. So we have the newspaper. Consider with another piece of evidence, it completes the motive. Why would he want him dead?
Why would he want him dead? I don't think it's his photograph. Why would he want him dead? Mr. Trevor's to be served through selling donations from the Grant and Odor income. Only 30%. Do you feel like he was being cheated out of money? Yes, it is. It's in the contract. He was being cheated. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Assman. Yes, that's right. Very documented, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill that man. No, I'm afraid not. What? There's something very significant in the newspaper article that contract and the contract have in common. Is the signature different? Oh, ass man. Same signature. Something very significant they have in common. Really? Really? And the common link. It showed very clearly they were determined. Well, you were determined to kill Mr. Assman. Seeing his offense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point to what the two pieces of evidence have in common. What exactly is the link between the newspaper article and the contract? Dun dun dun. What these two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature. A signature? Dun dun dun. The signature that illustrates accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature of this contract belong to the same person. What? As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by a newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him by his ordeal. Dun dun dun. If you look closely, your reporter's signature can be seen at the bottom right corner. O.D. Assman. That's how it's spelled. O.D. Assman. Down the bottom right hand corner of the illustration. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, clearly see Mr. Assman's signature on the bottom there. Let me see now. Good Lord, yes, they're identical. In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published by Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. O.D. Assman. But explain to the court why. Why would the do a motive for the witness to murder Assman? Well, if you think back, you remember that Mr. Drebber talked about the article in his testimony. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is a reasonably lucrative. That's quite beyond pale. That would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print.
caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper that had the bad grades to identify me unambiguously, I might add. Then I gave up my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. Hint, hint, because of Mr. Assman. ... At the same time, you were a student of the University of London, which dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life. ... So Mr. Assman used a newspaper journalist, did he? Used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? He did, my lord. In fact, he's widely held belief that Mr. Assman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network. Thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. ... So you had to give up your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article, written by Mr. Assman. Enough. ... Stop this endless drivel about my life. What? Explain yourself, Mr. Trevor. Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of the article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of the science in the faculty too was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypothesis anyways. We all did. We only to be taken in by the vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some other wretch or other after all. Good gracious. Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses ever hoped to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of university because Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened to me. Mr. Trevor, you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who better place to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. Science is a community. How dare you? And I have evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine, if you think you have evidence, go ahead, show it. What could possibly have disproved my idea that I was happy to leave university because I lacked talent? A trophy. Do you remember this, Mr. Trevor? You found it at your workshop. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? How do you know? What exactly is this trophy, Counsel? Good question. It is the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Good gracious. Your prospects in the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. ... I don't know when you realized Mr. Assman was, but then it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life. It's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. ... It's true. The truth is... Finally, he's gonna fold. ... Hold it. Who the fuck is interrupting? Fine. Clearly this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. What? What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I'm a man now, apparently. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. No! Good Lord! Dr. Seif! Dr. Seif! Do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower, I saw the birdcage. My heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I had done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. Then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. A note in the pocket. It was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. Seif, you will go along with my plan. Dr. Seif, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what you really happened that night 10 years ago. Who else could have done it besides him? All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. She should have the note, right? I had no choice but to do what it said. Made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. Doom. 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 Why on earth would you buckle now? That. Well, there's no point in trying to hide it anymore, is there? Would have done anything to stop it from coming out, even commit a murder, collaborate in a murder. But the great lies about the execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. That. So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. ... Surely it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then. I admit nothing after all. What? ... Have you forgotten that Kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion that you made? We're not done yet. We're almost done. Short of me admitting to a crime, there is no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong.
No! Order! Order! Order!
Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secrets, so I went along with his plan. So, she's accusing him. And Lord Van Zeeks. Yeah, yes. I hope you accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. That. I have heard more than enough now. Hereby present the final findings of this court. This trial is not the proper forum to pursue the wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain. Very true. It has slipped my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends? As the court has heard, Dr. Saib has admitted to the allegations before brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt. You mean... At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant is not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection? ... None, my lord. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruto. You proved Professor Harebrain's innocence.
Without further ado, then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution or defense have other matters to discuss. ...
I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Saib suddenly admit to it like that? Is there anything right, Mr. Naruto? Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge is certainly to deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? The defense should be pushing for now is for testimony, for education. Further testimony. The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord.
I beg your pardon?
We demand one final testimony.
What?
We're here to get to the truth.
You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume?
What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Why do you want to obstruct the conclusion of this trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. Mr. Naruto, what exactly are you thinking? The truth, the whole truth, and the way to bring it all out in the open. Right. Yes, in hindsight. Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial of the afternoon you perceive that even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. He said that. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Sure, Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here to the court to advocate for my client, and to secure an acquittal. Obviously. But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case, until every last detail is laid bare. ... And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Saif. Testimony from me? Testimony from me? About what? about the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber. Ha! In case it escaped your attention, I already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. Stop wasting everyone's time. Ah! As his lordship has made very plain, your client will get a acquittal you wanted from him. Simply no point in protracting this business further without tedious cross-examination. Psh. Pray forgive my discourtesy. The careless handling of that hollow bottle has slipped. I slipped. That's what you call it? What is your objection, Lord Van Zeeks? The prosecution also calls for supplemental testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid! If there's more to this case that has yet to come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. You what? Lord Van Zeeks?
This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution so calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Saib, your testimony for the court. You will testify with the court, explaining full extent of your involvement with the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber.
Very well. I don't have many female voices, as you could tell. I'm not used to that. Even after this many games. 13 cases and 14 cases and then 10 cases. I don't have many female voices. I'm not used to portraying a girl's voice. The waxwork plot. It all began at the scene of when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside the jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job, unless the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. Wow. She couldn't do it herself. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it. So are we gonna open that mask now? So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specifically designed for the deception. So it seems, all meticulously prepared, you did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy, she says happily. How kind of you to say. What about the autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as it being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all? That's all? That's a terrible corruption. Only my team was aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you.
Well, this must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe the testimony clarified everything. There's no particular need for cross-examination, I would say.
We didn't say that. We did not say that. No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something is wrong. Just looking at the expression of Dr. Saya's face, that smile is a little disturbing, isn't it? It's the defendant's right to cross-examine anyone who's following testimony. What about your Japanese makes you all so dodgily persistent?
Very well. If you desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Should be the final one, right? But then he's gonna probably say something, and it's gonna keep on going. Yes, my lord. The waxwork plot. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork at the note tucked inside of his jacket. From what you describe, it sounds like the note was anonymous. You have any idea who's behind it? There was a very few people who knew about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyways, I never heard of this engineer, so I had no idea. Yet despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it. I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern. But the horse has bolted now, and the stable door has never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of this. Yes, thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm well aware of that. So, as I understand it, what you found in that birdcage was a waxwork model. Where then was the victim's body? Next part. The actual body of the victim was indicated in the notes and instructions was beneath the experimentation stage. It's the faster music. We're getting closer to that resolution. I hate Phoenix Wright, you could just press start, and like in this game it doesn't. But I love that this game you could check mark and you actually check something. So you knew about the special instructions on the construction of the stage used to carry out the trick then. It was quite obvious what happened when the victim of the waxwork. And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower. And the waxwork? I wrapped it up and sent it by carriage to a specified address at a specified time. And were you given such directions? Presumably so it could be recovered by Mr. Drebber and returned to Madame Tuspel's. I see, then you put the birdcage back in the experimentation stage. Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about what cage should go where. Yep, we saw it. I thought it made it perfectly clear to my team, but still. I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being the more important detail. The entire team was complicit. The body had to be arranged in a specific way to implicate the defendant. It was my job. I'm trying to do like a softer voice, but it's not really working well, is it? I see you're having more of a stern voice, but like I said, I don't have many female voices. When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this screwdriver. Yes, the instructions in the engineer's note said something along those lines of, what's his name again? Damn, what was his fucking name again? Albert, I think? The lines of, fabricate some new evidence to make it clear that the harebrain alone could have killed Assman. So you mean that that was your doing? I fetched Harebrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me, alone, to the abyss underneath the stage where the birdcage had fallen. Alone, Doctor? That. I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anyone else in this particular part of the deception. There was a void underneath the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, I leaned down and slowly opened it up. Then I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So the actual cause of death was me. The trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. My word. We don't know that. 30-foot drop wouldn't necessarily kill him. He was kind of secured, but we don't know. My word. What is it, Mrs. Otto? Something about Dr. Sai's last statement is playing in my mind, that's all. Yes, mine too. Dr. Saife. There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls you to add what you said to your formal testimony. Oh, which part? What I want to hear supplement her testimony with is... This is the main one, but let's say the real cause of death. The real cause of death being the fall of 30 feet, that part. Fine, if that's what you want. You stop yelling, please. Prosecution concurs. Very well. You will supplement your testimony now, witness. I'm pretty sure what we need is the other one. If you wish, my lord. As you wish, my lord. The actual cause of death was the neck trauma by Mr. Aspen suffered from a 30-foot fall. You're quite sure of that, as a result of the broken neck. Yes, as a professional, that was more than apparent. You never know just by looking at the photograph of the victim, though, would you? No, that's very true. Obviously not. Which is precisely why coroners are needed to determine the actual facts. Yes, assuming they can be trusted. There's no point in calling your assessment into question without evidence. Let's go back to the testimony. Very well. Very well. Vertebrae from the impact. But if he was dead, he wouldn't bleed, would he? If he was dead, he wouldn't bleed. Right? Blood coagulates. Blood coagulates. The screwdriver is the important fact. Never change it. What do you do the victim's body? I believe that may be significant. Can you change your supplemental testimony to explain that instead? Very well. I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the top cage and plunged a screwdriver in his chest. That is how we get her. She killed him. At the behest of his instructions. So it's you stab Mr. Aspen with this. Far easier section. That's right. I have any Discord notifications. Why are all these random people trying to talk to me? you. Alright, now my brother's going. I don't want him to spoil the ending. Yes, it's far easier in this section, I assure you. No precision required. What a welcome change. A victim died instantly from a snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instructions I was been given. As unflinching as ever, no doubt. I imagine you didn't bat an eye when you drove that weapon into his body. There was no need to bat my eyelids. And what else did you do to twist the facts? Remind the court, why don't you? If you wish. And it's the help of the entire forensics investigation team to address the scene appropriately. That's the statement we needed to finish her. She was in the living room.
Yep, and sitting on the socks.
And from time to time, she'll actually be on them. The entire team in perverting the course of justice. My team consists of the very best investigators they are. Demand loyalty from all members. We operate on the code of chivalry of sorts. You aided and abetted a murderer, committed perjury, and dared to talk about chivalry? It was a matter of priorities. What? Nothing was more important than protecting the secrets of the professor. My team did what was necessary without losing sight of the primary goal. I consider their conduct exemplary. Don't concede your point, Mr. Naruto. You mustn't let her win. I need a lawyer. I still take that silence as a tacit acceptance. Can we move on? Alright. Before we bury her, last thing. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret at the highest level. I had to protect it. Why was it a state secret, though? We're gonna unmask that fucking thing, and that's the trophy. But at what cost? Faith in Scotland Yard is gonna suffer a terrible blow as a result of this. And your precious secret is out now anyways. Yes, as you say. And I take full responsibility. Blow me down. Dr. Scythe. Surely there was some other way you could have protected the secret. No, there really wasn't. I'd done my utmost, believe me. In many ways, I respected your determination. Whew, I nearly froze her under that cold stare as she said that. I do believe she was being genuine, though, Mr. Naruto. Alright. So that's her story. She admitted everything and revealed her full involvement in the crime. I wonder if there could be really much more to it. Yes, there is. Well, I don't know. But I just have a feeling. Do you, Mr. Naruto? The truth is, I find it strange, too. Those two are reacting this completely opposite ways, I mean. Yes, exactly. For some reason, I feel that they are still trying to hide something. He was not dead. photograph shows otherwise. She says she was asleep on the socks. She just sits there looking outside. After all this time, I finally reached the end of the damn trial. Or what should be the end of the trial. Again, I don't want to spoil the ending for him. I've got a nasty feeling that the inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth. What on earth's the matter, Consul? Have you lost your tongue? I apologize, my lord. Dr. Sive, in that last statement of yours, here's one point, just one point, that seems to defy explanation. Out of it, my learned friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and his photograph, which shows that the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death. The court has already examined the photograph in detail. Nothing we can learn from it. Yes, we have already considered that. That's true. But we know the facts to be different. What do you mean? I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in the photograph we see the alleged inconsistency with the witness statement. The blood. Look closely at the blood stain in the victim's chest. Clearly extends downward direction towards the man's feet. And why is that significant, Consul? The victim was stabbed moments before the King's machine was set in motion. That's entirely expected. No, it was not. That was the original thing you all thought. Ah, of course, no, that's not what happened. Exactly, my lord. Dr. Sy made it clear in her testimony just now that the point at which she stole the Professor Hairbrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion, when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. And from the shape of it, it's clear that this birdcage would have fallen to its side after a 30-foot drop. The victim had already been stabbed whilst in the birdcage in that position. The blood from the wound would have spread out over equally in all directions. For it to have formed the longitudinal appearance we see in this picture is inconceivable. She realized. She just realizes. Given that victim's blood seeped vertically downward from the wound, must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Aspen, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Sive, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. She killed the ass man. I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified the contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under the grand misapprehension here. What?
What sort of misapprehension?
Dr. Seif. You claim that you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim that made changes at the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim that you've authored a fake report to cover up your tracks. But one of those claims is out a lie. Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer.
If that's the case, what is it, man?
Counsel, you made it clearly struck on a relation to tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Seif's story is a lie to be contradiction of testimony? That she was coerced. She was the ringleader. Dr. Seif, clearly you weren't coerced by someone in the letter at all.
What?
If you were, where's the note? It's nowhere to be seen. And maybe. So why don't you present it to the court, if the assertion vexes you?
Ollie's already disposed of it. I'm not vexed by the slightest.
Counsel, I need to remind you that it was yourself who established the coercion. I'm afraid that little cry was sufficient recompense for the blunder. I shall have to penalize you.
Feeling vexed by anybody's friend?
Very. There's no the coroner's testimony was built on a tremendous lie. Yeah, good thing we saved separately. The stabbing of the victim, the autopsy report. The answer is very simple. If you consider the sequence of events, if the victim were stabbed, the blood from the wound will seep downwards as it did. You're sure the victim must have been either standing or sitting upright at the time.
But as you rightly point out, the birdcage would have fallen to his side and beneath the stage.
Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in a position of his own accord.
Meaning he was not dead. That's impossible. The man was dead, remember?
No, that's the misapprehension. When the birdcage fell on the stage in the void below, it must have hit the ground and with considerable force. But it did its job. Japanese wood is sturdy, though. But Mr. Assman didn't die from the fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came around, he got his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Seif appeared. If the victim was in fact alive at the point of time, it changes everything. They committed murder. Mr. Odie Aspen's killer wasn't the defendant, Albert Harebrain. Nor was the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Seif. Yes, we found it out. Otto in the head! Can this possibly be true?
It's true.
Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him? You hope by admitting to being an accomplice in the Mr. Drebber scheme the trial would end, before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. Oh, do shut up.
You're so desperate now you're making all this up as if I would do something like that. You just said you did. I assure you the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naru has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Ah, logic? Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. What? What do you mean? Shh. Thought it obvious. Motive, boy. You're lacking motive. What possible reason do I have to kill Mr. Assman? Mr. Assman was involved in a number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft and murder. But there was no known connection to Dr. Sive. I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched. True, there is no obvious motive, but there is still something in the back of my mind. You have seen somewhere before that the hints that the coroner might have done this. If she pulled this out, she would have had splattered, right? What is her connection to this? Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report, but murdering someone for no reason is a very different story. No, when you question what possible reason could you have for wanting to kill Mr. Assman, something did come to mind. What? What is the console? Enlighten us at once. Is it the newspaper? Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. Yesterday? A particular object that explains why Dr. Sai would have wanted to kill Mr. Assman. What about the scalpels? It is in the shape of an A, but I don't think it's a screwdriver. And I said we saw it yesterday. The Iron Mask. It has to be the Iron Mask. It's the Iron Mask. You've lost me. Huh? Sorry, Mr. Naru, but why would the Iron Mask? Well, of all the things I saw yesterday, it left the greatest impression, so? Clearly, you have no idea what you're talking about. Ah, is that the wrong thing? Forgive my interruption, Dr. Sive, but what my colleague meant to say was the scalpels. Perhaps that makes a little more sense to you? Of course, yep. Did you say scalpels? Ah! It appeared that the words struck a chord, Doctor. So you can't fail at this point. You come out of it. It was yesterday when I visited your laboratory. Look at the thick book here. Ah, yes, the excess scalpels.
Appears to be an accounting ledger according to records of forensic team investigation team spending. Oh? What is it? Clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. Fraud. Yeah. 500 scalpels a month. At first, I wondered what on earth that could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realized it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Aspen's criminal organizations relied heavily on extortion of its funding. Tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward. 10 years ago, when Mr. Aspen was still a journalist and wrote the article of Mr. Drebber, he will have stumbled onto information he was researching for a story. Information relating to Dr. Syve's dark little secret that he would use the rack money from her for the next decade. Her dark secret, good lord, you mean? I don't know what happened on that night of the execution 10 years ago. Clearly the opportunity to get rid of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. I told you she was not coerced. You stabbed Mr. Aspen in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. You'll never understand, none of you. Well, you've had to keep covered up all these long years. Don't. 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 True. As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart from the bomb, the truth of the case will never be properly established unless you speak out. And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Syve will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done. And tell the court the truth of what happened. That. 10 years ago you told the truth, and you were robbed of the bright, successful future of the result. Certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. However, this is surely a chance you've been waiting for. Sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years. Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. I mean, really. It's the addled brain mock scientists that are worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness. Careful, Mr. Drebber. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admit it. You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing a victim. Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. Revenge for the future Mr. Aspen article that deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop Mr. Aspen, did it? Which is where a very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see. The condemned victim convict you saw rising from the grave in the low 8 cemetery 10 years ago is your account of the events that were all true. Then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened, even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have. And your plan required that you abduct a particular waxwork model in order to extract your revenge at Scotland Yard as well, or on Dr. Scythe to be precise. Dot. It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Aspen turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. Whew. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article in the front page caught my eye about the coroner who handled a bogus autopsy being appointed ahead of new forensic team. When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan. What a horrid tale. He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use that man's own wiles against him for revenge. And have that rotten Scotland Yard eating up my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I had to suffer. And the truth is out. Now I was making the sound. Your actions against those who ruined your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Professor Harebrain's only crime was his passion for his hypothesis, but he had no compunction for sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. ... And perhaps life treating you unfairly 10 years ago and their misconduct left you life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. ... I... ... Lord Van Zyx, one of Dr. Scythe. An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Drebber. ... Most regrettable situation indeed. She's made a great contribution to her profession over the years. It's a really hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for a future occasion. For now, Professor Harebrain. Oh, yes? It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume that we all and it's heavily on the not guilty side. However, I think we can all assume that now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you are absolved of all guilt. This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. This dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool. Professor. I've spent my life thinking of nothing but my research. Misguided believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lacking of talent. The worst thing of it is, in the process I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I. No, Professor. That's not true. What? Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Deborah.
What happened was his doing and his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame for any of this.
Lord Van Zeeks?
And the derision of which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. That man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingertips to the bone, to realize your dream, that's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to derive another for such choices.
Oh. Thank you, Barack.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Yes, my lord?
Is it the court's expectation you find the defendant not guilty of all charges of which he stands accused? Expectation. I presume there are no objections.
Just a formality, sir. None from me, lord. Certainly not. This trial has recently made me think, but this is the right decision.
It has been proven and methodically, rigorously.
I have no misgivings whatsoever. Huh? What's that? He's done, is he? It's all over? I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place.
Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant not guilty.
The 6 fireworks. Inside the fucking court. And then all the smoke that comes from it.
Court is adjourned.
We are finally done with this trial. It can move on the case now. It's over. That was some trial. October, 4:33 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Professor, well, splendid outcome, isn't it? Oh, yes, it is. Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain. Mr. Naruhodo? Mrs. Atto? I am truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough? Just glad it's all been cleared up and you realize that you were just caught up in a bad situation. Right now, you know, if I had research grant money, I'd give the whole world lot to you, every penny. Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so we don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough. Well, it would be nice, though, to live in the city, right? Oh, dear. Oh, what can I do? Ah! How about this, as a memento? Paper about my hypothesis is inside. Well, just as a memento, then. Thank you. I've been wondering, Professor. What are you going to do now? Oh, yes, what am I going to do? My hypothesis and my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I enjoy the sightseeing. Let's explore the great exhibition while I'm here too, and see if new inspiration hits me. And hang out with Lord Van Zeeks. Oh yes, that's a great, wonderful idea. I can't allow that. I can't allow that. I knew it. Lord Van Zeeks, what are you doing here? Barack. I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were the great demon behind your bench there, snarling down at your prey. ... You're one of the few true friends I have. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution or the defense. He knew we'd get to the truth. Sorry? Order of defense? Did I just hear that right? I was you my best. You had my best intentions at heart. Don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in the town? It's been a long time since we left the university. You'll have to catch up on. That. Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I will accompany you. What? From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I already purchased the tickets. But no. Hold on a minute, Brock. What about the Great Exhibition? There's a chance of light in there. No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea. Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Barack. He kind of looks like Squall, doesn't he, with that X on his face? Lord Van Zeeks? What's all this about? Unnecessary precaution. From the Reaper? Yes, I think I understand. You do? Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Zeeks at his office some days ago, he asked how Natsume was doing. Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time and thinking it was nice of him to ask. The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well. Even though it's been more than 6 months since this trial stood with the Reaper as a prosecutor. 2 trials. You mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas? Those are the Reaper's sights. Those in the Reaper's sight meet their end in days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That being the pattern up to now. But of course, you know that both Natsume and Gina were both completely innocent. True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with the close personal friend. But Barack. Like the mustache Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once. Right. Does your friend shape package get any say in it? Goodness. What was your intention all along then, Lord Van Zeeks? In court, where people think of him as a Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless, and yet... sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all. It's time to go, Albert. Back to prison for a time being. Yes, right. Well then, Mr. Naruto. Thank you so much for everything. Not at all, Professor. It was a great pleasure getting to know you. Best wishes, Professor. Hairbrain. And once the dust is settled, you must come to visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now. Now, my Nipponese friend. Oh, yes? I thought you were gone too. We have matters to discuss. Can you spare some time? Ooh. This seems important. The main plot is making its way again. You want to talk with me? On purpose? I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get a sense of impeding doom as he walked away this time. The enigma, Barack Van Zeeks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? Answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here it goes, then. Hope, what are you doing? 24 October, 4:58 p.m. The Old Bailey. Courtroom. Another discussion. Are you satisfied? You saved the guileless scientist from a great injustice. Yes, I think so. Why are you looking so formal? I'm relieved, at least, that the man's innocence could be proven. ... His hand went through his glass. Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from. Yeah? Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. Imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business here. But now I think differently. ... You clearly know our ways. So I would guess that some specific incident led to your total dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please? Opus playing for a ball. The professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest. He took your brother's life. Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zeeks. 16 years ago when I was still just in my teens. He was already a director of prosecutions, a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of the justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan. Oh! It was 16 years ago then. One of them could have been my father. Of course. I remember Dr. Mikotaba well. I had no idea. I was a minor at the time, training in the prosecutor's office. One day, Clay introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese. So you've actually met my father. He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were accepted at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made very good impressions upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There was no suspects even. I was growing just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. It was a Japanese guy. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zeeks, truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyways. He couldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer. But it was at the end, his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself at a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out Clint's true identity, the killer's identity, the reason why I no longer had been to catch the man sooner ceased to be the mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all this time. In plain sight. Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It's a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between British and Japanese empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think. Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. Clearly, both countries are deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why the particular killer's appearance in the court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, our 2 nations would have been very well ended up in war. What? A war between Britain and Japan? But that would mean... Oh my! You mean to say the professor was... So he has the key.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. Not the mass murder, whose crimes shook Britain as never before. Was Japanese.
Dun dun dun.
That face. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
He finally speaks. Is it Kazuma?
Kazuma! My best friend, Kazuma Asuma. After a whole year, finally his memories return. As he stood there before me.
His sword.
Kind, great lady of the Assault clan, passed down through generations. When he left Japan, his sword was at my friend's side. The Japanese man's got that as his soul. He couldn't be parted from it. Please by my side.
So this is what he wanted to do.
Mass murder. He's Cosmo's father.
That's what he came to do. Yeah, it's a minor repair though.
We have much to talk about, but now is not the time.
After case 9 we'll talk.
I'll be seeing.
Cosmo said. Before he turned and left us there in the cold room.
And Barack is still there. Or Van Zeeks. So he's the living after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Yes, Kazuma Asagi, my best friend. 3 months ago, Lord Strongheart introduced us. I had an inkling there was something there, some connection. Well, why did Lord Strongheart do that? Well, he made Kazuma Lord Van Zeek's apprentice, when he was suffering amnesia too. The man was apprehended, even executed, but his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I have to say. I thank you for meeting with me as I asked. Ten years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, the first time I ever seen him. Poor Sudasa, all this tied up with painful memories of her, for her too. She never talked about this with me before, though. Took time to adjust to having father around, but it was like I was starting to get used to it. It's over there. He called me to his study one day. Told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son. A boy 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father. Studying to become a defense lawyer. Wanted to help, so she became a judicial assistant. I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Asagi. So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time, as if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
The end. Still? Okay, there we go. Case 8 is finally done after so many parts. The demasking. Case 9. Twisted Karma in his last ball. Well, we have time. We still have about 3 hours. Then the final chapter. Twisting Kazuma in his last bow. Karma in his last bow. Episode 4. It was indeed a most bizarre incident born of the curious advertisement and the commonplace killing of the edge of town. Through.
A most bizarre incident, born of a curious advertisement. A hellhound's mad gallop through the shadows of a serial murder, an executed man's graveyard resurrection in the dead of night. And a commonplace killing in a small, forgotten room in the edge of town. There is naturally always another side to every case, of which most remain ignorant. And it is that other side which compels you to the scene of the crimes. So quickly now, take your hat and let's be on our way, my dear fellow. For our adventure is not over yet. Come, the game is afoot.
Eight days after the earth-shattering trial, Kazuma regained his memory. We were in the foyer of the London's most luxurious hotels, the Great Waterloo Hotel. The hotel that made a prominent role in the second game. 1st of November, 10:24 a.m., Great Waterloo Hotel. Foyer. Mr. Mikotaba is due to arrive any moment. Yes, I'm so glad we got here in time. Drastic mood changes. Suicide has been the same since what happened. Not that I'm surprised. Proof about Kazuma-san's father. But why would he go around killing people? Do you suppose my father knew? He was actually a mass murderer, the professor. I knew that's what she was thinking about. It's a good chance, I'd say. They did come to London together 16 years ago, didn't they? Yes, that's true. Come and think of it, didn't you say that Professor Mikotaba knew that Kazuma going missing in Hong Kong as well? That's right, but for some reason he wasn't at liberty to talk to me about it. Probably means he knows then. About Kazuma showing up here in London with amnesia and that he's regained his memories now. Ah, there she is. Oh, there she is. Hey, the judge, father. He's looking like an English gentleman, and the judge is looking nice too. Oh, Susato, how are you? Very well, thank you. We're delighted you're right, safe and sound. Hello, Mr. Naruhodo. Very kind of you to take the trouble to meet us. Oh, no, not at all. It's my pleasure. Mr. Judge, we've heard all of your extraordinary exploits here in London, you know. The news has crossed the seas. It's the judge. It has? I always look forward to reading your monthly reports that arrive in the steamships from Britain. They arrive on the steamships, really? Oh, I see. Well, thank you very much. Who is this man? And why do I feel as though I've seen him before? Don't you recognize the only person we've seen with that damn beard? I take it from your expression you can't quite place me. In that case, how about you mind her, Shishiro? A firm tap should do it. Yes. A firm tap? What? Here we go then. Hereby pronounce the defendant Yonosuke Naruhodo guilty. Oh! You're... him. The court will now hear the trial of Yonosuke Naruhodo. Now you recognize him. Your Excellency. Hello, Judge Goku. How are you? It's been a long time. And if I know if the next place takes place in the Waterloo Hotel. So I guess they got the idea from here as a luxury hotel to then do it in the Phoenix Wright games. Ha 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 ha. Good, you remember now. That really did the trick. Guilty. Ha 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 ha. I was declared not guilty, wasn't I? There was no laughing at the time either. So, London again after all this time. Hard to believe it's been 10 years. So he was the other one that went. To be honest, I never thought I'd be back. Neither did I. Didn't imagine Japan would be invited to an international symposium like this. Don't really doubt anyone, to be honest. All thanks to you, isn't it, Shishiro? What are you talking about, Eugene? Ha 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 ha. Of course, Judge Goku. He must complete the set. He's the third person that came to study over here. He's the other man who, 16 years ago, came to London with Kazuma's father and Professor Mikotaba. He's the third visiting scholar. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border take quite a lot of time. Must say, I'm envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through one thing of that, did you? Ah, I knew you were jealous. Ha 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 ha. Sorry, ministerial status? Yes, didn't you know? Shishiro here is Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. What? It was his personal assistance that allowed you to take Kazuma's place on the study tour. Guilty as charged. Ha 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 ha. Oh, well, thank you very much. He's really every bit as important as he looks. Ah, yes now, Naruto. See the telegram from Lord Strongheart yesterday. Oh, you did? It appears that some things that came to light in the trial you were involved with 8 days ago. About what happened 10 years ago. That tragedy. Yes, it did. Yeah, it's a really long trial. But yeah. You're starting the next investigation. You're just about halfway. It's just... I think this one was like longer than the Case 5 one. Just like all the things you have to do. Not so much the parts, it's just a lot of stuff.
More long. It's like the next couple ones should be even longer. You know, because like the next one's like probably gonna be shorter, but harder.
Yeah, it's not as many parts as that one because they had 4 parts of trial, 4 parts of investigation, and then the final sequence. But
yeah, but it depends on how it does it. It could still be like investigation, trial, investigation, or like you could have like a trial, but then like it's a lot more difficult of a trial, and then like the last one.
Yeah.
The
I
most
had to think of more about certain pieces of evidence. Is like what would matter for certain ones. Oh, it was a trash thing, but I think the trash was almost full too.
It was the ball.
Dot. Yes, could you tell us any more about it? Alright, so the spades, the step ladders, Iris's board. Talking to Gina after regains consciousness following the incident. That's the rare trophy of this one. So 4 and 5 just finishing him. That's funny. Like the first ones, a lot of people have gone through the first games, but then it's like 30% by the end of the fifth episode, and it's like 20% afterwards for the second game. It does have like it's not as bad as Phoenix Wright, where like some trials are a little more duller, but it's a new story, so it didn't feel as dull as some episodes of Phoenix Wright. But
The thing is, this game overall still feels like longer because like you just saw a lot more going on. Like there's like less cases, but like each case is like
yeah, and there is the overall plot like that just slowly advances with each of the episodes. Alright, first, let's investigate. We'll start on the right this time. Look at that, it's a picture of the Crystal Tower. Are you sure? That looks like the Eiffel Tower. Well, the Great Exhibition is one of Britain's most prestigious achievements in recent years. Wonder how tall it is. It really does represent the pinnacle of scientific achievement in so many ways. There is a 20-metric tall chimney at the bathhouse in my lodgings in Yuma University. The tenant there is always boasting that it's the tallest object in the neighborhood. I'm sure, did you know that over the channel in Paris, there's a tower that's 300 meters tall? What? How? How many meters taller that chimney is? Young, which is that? If it's that tall, then I won't try properly. The smoke will get stuck, surely. It's not for smoke. I don't think it's that sort of tower, Mr. Naruto. It's called the Eiffel Tower. Chandelier. Have you seen all those sparkly jewels up there? They have been gathering every gem in the world for that. Ah, it's called a chandelier, I believe. Designed to provide elegant lighting in large, spacious rooms like this. So they had to gather every gem in the world just to illuminate one room? Simple minds. It's probably electric bulbs that's actually throwing the lighting. If I tried to hang something like that from my ceiling in my office, it would be scraping the floor. Yes, it would. I think perhaps chandeliers aren't for you, Mr. Naruto. That desk is known as the hotel reception. Anyone wanting to spend the night has to report there to sign in for this day. Oh, so you think that's like the head clerk behind the desk there? Yes, I'm sure it must be. Love to stay in a grand hotel like this for a little while, wouldn't you? Just to know what it's like. If the hotel fee was paid through our stipend, I'm afraid it might bankrupt our homeland. True, London gives the worst expensive a whole new meaning. This giant fucking flower pot. Extremely fucking giant. That's called a bellboy. Look at those cases just left there on the trolley. Aren't they worried about thieves? I know I am. Have you seen the porter around there? Don't worry, he's obviously keeping an eye on everything. Ah, so it's a trap designed to catch any chancers who might be tempted. It's the Lego man again. Hey, Beppo. The guy who runs all the carriages. Why did the porter just give me such a scathing look now, I suppose? Well, some might say you look a little suspicious with that jet black clothes. Everyone clad back as some sort of ninja was intent to steal, you know. Alright. Well, I guess we might as well present the armband, right? Professor Mikataba, I wonder, could you show you this something? Why you seem so nervous? I suppose because I'm a student and showing off something to a professor. That's always quite nerve-wracking. Well, I'm sorry I perturb you like that way. But anyway, I'm afraid I have nothing useful to say about that, really. Oh. I'm right thinking these scales are the symbols of the defense law and law, are they? Supposed to symbolize everything being treated equally and fairly. Also, they're always in the middle, balanced, equally on both sides. Recently, though, whenever I see the scales, I can only think of enormous scales of justice. That's entirely understandable with such powerful symbolism in court, aren't they? The thing about the scales of justice is, they're always leaning in one way or the other. Only ever in balance at the start of the trial. Must be something peculiar to British. I'm afraid I can't shed any light on it, Mr. Naruto. It's very fine embroidery here that shows the name of the armband's owner. In this case, Kazuma Sagi. Always carrying it beside my best friend's hope and dreams with me on my arm just all the time. To be honest, it's something that weighs heavily on me. Oh, I didn't realize it was such a burden, Mr. Naruto. Yes, I think that's why my right shoulder aches so much. Are you sure that's not to do with your reading on the bed or the like? Alright. Conversation time. Journey from Japan, obviously. You gotta talk to them about that. How was the Voyager? Well, 50 days at sea is a really long time by anyone's standards. But it wasn't as bad as when you first came here 16 years ago. 50 days, that's actually not bad. No, that's true. I truly wondered if wouldn't have been drifting in the vast ocean the rest of our lives. That time we followed the same route, we were able to relax and enjoy the experience. Ah, so you stopped in France's beautiful capital, Paris? We did, yes, though only for one night. And yesterday evening we left port of Dunkirk for Dover.
Just in time for the symposium, in fact. It starts tomorrow.
It's wonderful that you were invited to attend such an important international event. I'm really proud of you, Father. That cutesy pose of hers.
It's all thanks to Shihiro here.
16 years ago, he managed to integrate himself in with the British Attorney General. I'm sure that's why he was invited. And I suppose you could say that I'm something of an appendage by default.
Speak for yourself, Jujin. You were close friends with the professor of forensic science in the major hospital.
Yeah, well, better not dredge all that up, really.
No, there's been a whole lot of water under the bridge since then, but it doesn't bring him back.
Kazuma's father, I suppose. Alright. Time to beat the dead horse. We gotta find out what the fuck it is. That's not the right saying of it, but I felt like saying that for some reason. The truth. Kazuma's father. Professor, the killer who took lives of 5 members of the British aristocracy, was actually Kazuma's father, wasn't he?
That's correct. Genshin Asagi.
Genshin. You knew, I presume, Father. Yes, he was a close friend of mine.
Genshin came to Britain as a police detective. He was studying investigative techniques at the Scotland Yard, and never understood what drove a man to commit such heinous acts.
It was a closed trial, so the public never learned the truth. He was executed a while ago. To this day, few people know what really happened, even in our homeland. What about Kazuma? Did he know? Did he know the truth about his father?
No, of course not. He was told his father passed from sickness.
However, I suspect he may have had his doubts. Oh, why? As you know, I tried to guide Kazuma growing up as if he were my own son. But then one day he came to my office at the university and said, decided, I want to travel to Great Britain and study there. With the solid snake headband. Do you think he wanted to come here to investigate his father's death? I don't know. But when I look at his eyes, I know that there was no way I'd be able to stop him. Something else has come to light in the trial the other day, actually. Oh? What? Well, having disappeared in Hong Kong and been missing for almost a year, Kazuma since turned up in London working as an apprentice of Lord Van Seeks. What?
What? That's news to us.
So, Lord Strongheart's telegram neglected to mention that part then. Kazuma's reappearance. True. As you know, we both thought Kazuma had died on the steamship on the voyage to Great Britain in January. But he didn't die. He's alive. As you knew, didn't you, Father? In fact, actually, no. What I did know is that when your ship docked to Hong Kong, he mysteriously vanished. You sent a team of investigators to Hong Kong to try to ascertain what happened, but no avail. You were speaking Chinese or something. But he's alive then, you say, here in London. Never dared to dream of it.
Why on earth would that man not make contact? The government and the police have been chasing clues fruitlessly for months now.
Well, Simi was suffering from amnesia.
What? Amnesia?
When we first came across him here in London, he didn't know who either of us were. Ah, I see. He regained his memory 8 days ago.
This is unbelievable. Yeah, it requires miraculous. I wonder why Lord Stronger didn't let us know. Speak with him urgently. I wonder where Kazuma's been in these past few days. Be wrong of us to go visit him? Your time in Britain. That began 16 years ago now. It's all a distant memory, really. It was Eugene here, Genshin Osagi, and myself. We were the original three. The first judicial scholars of Japan and travel overseas to study. I really don't have a voice for his damn father. Ocean voyagers are not what they are today, I can tell you. 16 years ago, that things were tough for their generation. Her father was an exceptionally fine medical student at Yomei University at the time, young lady. Yes, grandmother told me. He went to do research at a great London hospital to study autopsy. Practically unheard of in Japan. Yes, it was an eerie place sandwiched between the back of a prison and a burial ground. Now more talk of graves. Very often there's no one willing to deal with bodies following autopsy work. So you see, autopsy labs have been something of an unavoidable relationship with graveyards and prisons. Not my cup of tea at all. You remember that Scotland Yard governor, Kaiden was his name? He was a good man. Yes, but then of course, in our 6th year here, everything changed with that dreadful case. When Genshin was arrested for a series of most gruesome murders. I simply could not believe it. I've known that man for years. I was a witness of the secret hearing. I tried to speak in his defense, but you went a little too far and ended up facing charges yourself, didn't you? Well, suffice it to say, after that trial, you were sent back to Japan. There was nothing more we could do to save Genshin. He was a lost cause, sadly. Well, you can't always find a cause of what drives someone to murder, especially not in these ancient times. Well, if you excuse us now. Yes, I'd like to get this trunk up to my room as soon as possible. Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have held you up here so long. Call for the porter then. I'll just wait here. So the sun's gone off on a run. I'd like to stay and talk more, but I have various preparations to make for tomorrow. Yes, of course, it must be a big responsibility presenting their entire country. Wish you the best of luck. Naruto, I hope you'll keep an eye on Susato for me. You keep looking after her as you obviously have been. And if you ask, yes, you can marry her. Oh, no. I mean, if anyone's looking after anyone, it's her looking after me. Well, I do appreciate you being there for her, after all. I've been a miserable father to her. I thoroughly let her down. Sorry? Huh? What do you mean? Well, it was 16 years ago I started this long tour here in Britain, as you know. The year Susato was born. Yes, I heard. The birth of my daughter was the most joyous of my life, but... well, sadly it was accompanied by the most tragic event of my life, too. Oh yes, Susato-san hinted at something like that. It was a rather turbulent time in my home. Probably the death of their mother? Anyway, I won't bore you with the details. Point is, I become rather less dependable than befits a grown man. And it was then that Susato offered me the opportunity to study here. Seshiro offered me the opportunity to study here in Great Britain. I was too worried about you to leave you behind.
So perhaps I was a little too heavy-handed when it came to persuading you to accompany me to London. So that's what happened in a nutshell. That's also the reason why I now feel compelled to give my daughter as many opportunities as I dare. Though the world does not really afford young women such things, I must say. Completely understand, Professor. One other thing, Naruto. If I may be so bold, I have a favor to ask of you. Oh, really? Of course. What can I do for you? Well, the thing is, Oh, sorry it took so long. And here's the camera. Miss Susato. Now then, let's take your bags. Allow me to take your bags. One moment, if you please, Porter. Of course, sir. Yes, some alcohol. Machine around your neck. It's a camera, I believe. Quite right, sir. It's 5 shillings for loading photographs and remember your wonderful stay at the hotel, sir. Well, I think again, the occasion that would justify that expense. Yes, of course. It's a nice photo. I'd like to thank you for your coming with me, Mr. Naruhodo. Really made Father very happy, I think. Oh, well, I'm pleased then. But we were interrupted before. Professor Mikotaba was about to ask me something. Shall we return to Baker Street then? I expect Iris will have some delicious tea waiting for us. Yes, let's go. I'm getting more and more anxious about Kazuma, though. Perhaps I'll try to meet up with Lord Stronger later and ask him. So we obviously gonna have our spade and ladder conversation. Up to his room first. Room first. Naruto's legal consultancy. What to do? It's good news that Professor Mikotaba arrived safely, isn't it? Yes, it's wonderful. In fact, the father had been invited to this important international event. It really makes me proud to be his daughter. Your father, Judge Jinjoku, and us, and Kazuma, of course. So ever-increasing number of Japanese here in Britain's capital, isn't it? Well, yes, I suppose so. But London does have a population of 6 million. I think we're just still a minority. So Asan's father came here as a visiting student 16 years ago in Kazuma. It's almost as if a great power had been at work in drawing us here across the ocean to London. I feel as though the waters are starting to swell up again now. The most important conversation. Spades and shuttle. Spade is still here. Look. Please, Mr. Naruto, it's not a spade. It's as I think you well know, it's a shovel. I didn't take long to reignite that old argument. I have an idea. Let's give the implement a name. Like Professor Hairbrain named this tool. Ooh, I never thought of doing that. For now on then, let's call it Irinosuke. No. It's clearly much more of a Susato. The old argument has taken a new and unexpected turn. Seems. Oh, that's the last one. Having dug around every argument about the spades and shovels. Well, I guess that we're done with that one. And that's a gold trophy. The problem is that fucking ladder is not Yeah. You see, I've been keeping my desk beautifully covered with papers as always. It's really tidy up, Mr. Naruhodo. No more excuses. But Mr. Zato, the way I see it, all these papers are a reminder of the wonderful, diverse lady life. Really like to leave them as they have never forgot how lucky I am to have such a varied experiences. In that case, you should definitely make it thorough tidy. Then you'll be able to see your papers building up all over again, feel the joy renewed. Still can't beat her in an argument. Even though I'm the lawyer here. That Durham on the hall is winking at me again. Look. Wonder if I would finally get his other eye filled in. Yes, I wonder. Well, you should know, Zal's son. I trust the task to you. The truth is, I have already decided when that will be. What? Really? When? That's my little secret. At least we finally got that one trophy. So the 10th bonus one is something else. Steam rising gently from the kettle as always. The steam rising from the kettle as always. Yes, it does feel right somehow. Doesn't feel right somehow unless it is. But the steam is unusually sent today. Perhaps the sweet potatoes I brought back from Japan are ready. Gulp. Oh, Mr. Naruto, I heard that, you know. Here's a joy, Mrs. Idle, from my mouth. Whenever you serve my tea, it always takes me back to Japan. I know you're not particularly fond of bitter tastes, are you? So I always try to pack a little less bitter matchka for you. He's often served unusually mellow blend, that's true. But the anticipation of the taste of my mouth makes me bitterly worried anyways. It's very difficult for you, isn't it? Hey, your desk is occupied again. My desk is just as it was before. Sumi ink and calligraphy brush, and even though we're in England now, that strikes me as a typical you, Mrs. Otto, and typical you not at the same time. Well, do enjoy all the wonderful new things that come out of the West in the Cultural Revolution, of course. But I'm still not ready to give up my brush just yet. And anyway, so that son can write more neatly with a brush than most people can write with a pen. Practice makes perfect, as they say. After all the life in the sea seems very content there, I must say. I've noticed something recently, actually. Their names breed at almost an extraordinary rate. Oh, really? It's a mystery why the whole seabed isn't buried in the mountain at them, actually. Oh, how splendid. Really is a mystery, isn't it? ... Wish there was someone here to explain to Sato-san's strange reaction to that. Your room across the hall is undisturbed, of course. I suppose it'd be permitted to see the inside now that you're back, though, would I? You know very well that only Iris is allowed inside. Yes, I heard you two giggling there last night again. You can visit Mr. Sholmes in his room, Mr. Naruhodo. You can visit Mr. Sholmes in his room, Mr. Naruhodo. Last time I did that, he tried to convince me to drink some strange concoction he mixed up. Alright, so we're done with this up here for now. I stayed up last night to mend that for you the other day, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you. You did a really seamless job. You're very welcome. It's all in a day's work for your judicial assistant. The only thing is, I accidentally dropped it into the Thames yesterday, and now it It's rather smells. How did you drop this into the fucking river? Dot, dot, dot. Take better care of it then. Hey, you're back.
Yo. Yeah, I was like, still waiting to get back in because I got DC'd. When I was doing a dungeon, I'm like, yeah, fuck this.
It kicked you completely out of the game?
Well, I got DC'd, so
Yeah.
So when you get DC'd, you get completely kicked out of the game, and you have to like re-log in and then hope you get in. But I was queued for so long, so I got kicked out of the dungeon completely, so I have to like redo it again.
Sometimes you get lucky and it's like, okay, like it doesn't fully kick you out, but yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is that you know how like there's so many people want to play this.
Yeah, and then
you're always gonna be in a queue no matter what. So it's. But like I'm a Reaper to 80. I mean, kind of. I did the story right now, but I'm like doing some of the old content first just to get most of it done. Just mostly just the normal raids. Gotta finish them up.
yeah, I'm sure spamming the dungeons and stuff like will also get you.
Yeah, no, they give me like 100,000.
That's not too bad because you know you can also do all the other quests in the area. If you didn't do all the quests from before,
Yeah.
to kill some time and do some extra things.
Because armor I really want to get. I mean, yeah, it's outdated, but I mean, like, just for glamour. But I have to do the Savage version of it or something. I forget. The Savage Ranges. Is it like once a week the rewards, or you can just do as many times as you want?
It depends. Like the most recent one, and the current one is usually you get a reward. I think once a week. But I think after the one before that, like and on, like those you can just spam him now.
Stormblood. What?
And like with the weapon coffers, I'm not sure exactly how that works, but I guess with the, I don't think it's in the raids, but I know for the trials at least it seems to give those.
Right.
I think also now they changed it for the older like Alexander stuff. You can get the actual gear drop instead of like the pieces or something.
Yeah. It said that like it can drop pieces like of armor. I just need the top. That's it. I don't need like the bottom or anything. I just need the top.
Yeah, because that's always the hardest. The body and legs were always like 4 pieces, or whatever. But at this point, you don't really need that gear, so it's just there's not really a point of grinding for
I
it.
just want it because it looks really nice.
Because they also take the weekly limit off of that also, once it becomes like older content after over a year.
Right. Yeah, it's for just the story.
So you could just spam it again, but I think honestly, just dropping the gear will probably make it much easier. I have a bunch of fucking pieces to make armors that I'm never gonna fucking collect now because I don't need that armor anymore.
Right. Well, I need the. Well, I mean, I know the normal raid. You can get the armor from the normal raid, but I want the Savage one because that one you can color, and I don't like the color on the normal version. Right? Just get the Savage one because you can color to whatever you want.
I think you can, but I don't know. Like it's been a while since I've been doing any of that.
Yeah.
I think once it's older, you can color it. I'm not sure.
I want the outfit black, but the normal raid, like the normal one, the armor's it's white.
But also, like the Savage raid also does have a slightly better stats. But then again, yeah, it's older stats now.
Yeah, I don't need the stat. I just look at my one. I only got in. I've been waiting. I was like watching some TV shows. I was waiting. But a lot of times, I got the lobby server error. During on the screen when you hit start, it says connect to the data center. I got it like 8 times. I'm lucky I didn't like lose my spot.
Yeah, like I said, like a lot of the issues also is like where people like do have like a mini disconnect in the middle of the queue, and sometimes it'll cause them to completely lose their spot with it. with their internet connection, and the problem is also being in the queue for so long increases the chance of it.
Tomorrow's the actual release date of the expansion. Tomorrow's the actual release date. I just hope they...
I don't really see a big increase tomorrow. Maybe there'd be a small increase, but since, like I said, there's no physical product, you have to buy it digitally online via the code or, through a store like PlayStation or whatever. So I don't really see there being that big of an increase tomorrow. Not like, when people like pre-order, like I used to get the disc one.
I did the queue this morning. I was in an afternoon. It was like 920. I'm like, that's not bad. That's not bad.
No, that's really not. That's less than I had the other night. But even then, even when I got the physical discs, I like having the collection. I always, because of the pre-order, I had it automatically anyways. I never had to register the code. It was automatically on my account. Or they would give you the pre-order code, if anything, by mail early on.
Yeah, but it's already onto your account automatically now.
Yeah, and that's why I said too, connect it, accept the pre-order thing before the day started, so that way you could just, you don't have to deal with that while the servers are congested.
Yeah. Well, that's what it did ask me today, and it actually asked me, it was telling all the information about all the expansions and what's to be added, and it's oh, okay.
Yeah, because maybe by today, they're giving you the actual agreement for the official content. Because there is the pre-order content and then or the early access. Because each of those things, it's an extra access to your account, and then you probably got the agreement for the actual, Endwalker content. Let's see, Marmband. I stayed up late to mend that for you the other night, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, you did a great job. It was a very seamless job. You're very welcome. It was all in the day's work of your judicial assistant. And then, of course, he says this. Oh, the thing is, I accidentally dropped it into the Thames yesterday, and now it rather smells. How the fuck do you drop your goddamn armband into the fucking Thames River? Take better care of it, please. It was all going so well until I ruined it. I still have to basically wait till Wednesday if I get a chance to play again, but now that I don't have to drive my sister to freaking her classes, I can just go grocery shopping sooner and I can get on sooner.
Wait, why Wednesday? Is it tomorrow, Tuesday?
Yeah, but I get out of work tomorrow at 7:30 at the earliest. And then I want dinner or something. So by the time I get home, it's about 8:30 or 9 o'clock. It's not really a point to then get up again to work at 9 in the morning. After having been there since 10 in the morning. Alright, we'll take a quick break here. I'll be right back. Alright, and we're back. Surprised everyone else has been quiet today.
Huh?
Surprised everyone else has been quiet today.
You mean everyone else? You're talking about Mark and Jen, they're not going to talk.
Looks like John's on 14. Only other person I see on.
She was, and then said she got off.
It's an old attic room, but I find this place more relaxed than anywhere else. No, just reading. Sholmes is sweet. I believe Iris has tea waiting for us, Mr. Naruhodo. The home and office of the world-famous great detective and his young companion Iris. Seems people all over the globe come to engage his consulting services. First November. Sholmes is sweet. Whee! What is this? Hello, G for G, and thank you. Thank you. It's the 3-year anniversary that I became a Twitch affiliate and joined Extra Life, both at the same time. How are you doing today? How's that campaign going? What was that? A man screaming in the most unflattering way. But you know, Extra Life is weird since that year counts as a campaign because even though it's December, so it's technically my 4th year of Extra Life, but it's exactly 3 years since I joined today. I decided I wanted to do that when I became an affiliate. How you been doing? It's Robo, right? Do you think... Could it be Mr. Sholmes? Of course, why not? Oh my, I do hope not. Wee! I don't do it anymore. Nope, it was a child. That's the one kitty girl. Nice, nice. The new team goal. You know, got a little extra for my campaign. I still haven't matched a few donations, but yeah, I'm not gonna reach a gold medal, but I got my first silver medal at least this year. I don't want to do it anymore. And plus, this week from the 9th to the 12th is the Humane Society Stream for All Animals December Dash campaign. So, from Thursday to Sunday. So I'll see what I can raise for that within that short time. And as always, matching donations. Since this is only a 4-day campaign, I may actually do my double matching again. Moin, moin, moin. Subsies is grateful display, eh? Who are these people? Look at their hair. It's bright red. Yeah, he's never just seen a ginger before. I think they must be clients of Mr. Sholmes. Right, you two. You're coming with me now. Down to the clink. Gina? What are you doing here? No, not in prison. It's dark and damp and I don't like it there. Boof! See, darkness is me friend. I am not scared. The characters in this, but you're always scared of the dark. Almost done with this campaign, case 9 out of 10. So, shut your mouth, you idiot. You sit quietly in the dark and plan our next daring heist. I like this. I don't like it. Well, tough. We'll finish this down at the yard. Now get moving. Bye then, Ginny. Have fun. Oh, Iris. Oh yeah, thanks, Iris. And thanks, you great detective. Where's Sholmes? Hee, Gina makes a fine detective herself, doesn't she? Oh, Susie and Bruno. Hello, Iris. We're home. Even though we skipped straight to the upstairs to our room and then come back down. Well, did you find your daddy? Oh yes, we arrived at the hotel just before him and his friend. Oh, well that's great news. I hope to get to see my daddy again soon. When are you guys gonna fucking tell her? Ah, yes, of course. Dr. John H. Wilson. So, Iris, of all that remains now is that the greatest of all problems man known to man. Ah, there you are, Sholmes. But before we concern ourselves with that, I believe some offer of tea is in order. And before... Hey, Bow. That's his voice. Before we concern ourselves with that, I believe our tea is in order, don't you, my dear fellows? And why are you a ginger now? ... Something wrong, Mr. Naruto. Do you have like a crumb or such like on my face? Not so much on your face as on your head, I'd say. Come along then, everyone. I brewed a lovely special blend. How you doing, Hope? Time for tea. Whatever is going on here today? In that case, let me sit and drink now. For I am in fact expecting a guest later today. Alright, let's see if we get the last... No. Before we do that, inspect the board. The blackboard where the Iris scribbles on her latest ideas, isn't it? Let's see. Oh, she seems to be drawing a lot of little stick figures all lined up. Look. Cheap apples at the market is what all of them say. What? The little figures can speak? All your questions should have been answered only if you would read this month's Rants magazine. So I'm the only one who can't make any sense of this. Oh, we still have more things to check out on our board.
So Mark's gonna try to get in. It's gonna be a while.
Well, it's 10 o'clock, so... I don't know, I feel like in the I feel this late there may be a chance, but I think a lot of people are already in, so... The queue will probably still get long.
Yeah. I went back on the queue. It was like 8. No, 7:30? 7:38? It was like 4,500 people still waiting in queue.
That's Iris's wonderful collection of
What's your
medicines.
number? I'm just gonna say, what's your number? That's what he says.
That's Iris's wonderful collection of medicines, potions, and chemicals. Look at them little balls she squeezed into the shells. Yes, and there are charming little ribbons tied to the bottles too. But the labels aren't quite so charming, are they? This one reads, Deadly Poison. Oh, I've been so excited about the idea of helping Iris with her experiments, you know? Just try to avoid any bottles labeled Deadly Poison or Highly Explosive. And don't let Sholmes drink any of those either. If I remember correctly, this large imposing lump of iron is called a typewriter. To think that every single one of the adventures of Herlock Sholmes blossom in this very machine. Ah, it's such a dreamy thought. Happy tears. I actually had a go on it the other day. The metal bars on the move, you had the keys got all tangled up somehow, and that made Iris angry. Mr. Naruto, you ruined my dreamy thoughts. Please don't do that again. Now I made Suzaru angry as well. Alright, this side of the room is empty. Ah yes, Mr. Sholmes' curious collection of trinkets from the various mysteries he solved. One of my favorite parts of this room is full of items with exciting tales to tell. And I do believe he's added to it since we last looked. Now there's a mysterious pince-nez, mysterious little box, and a mysterious horseshoe, a mysterious biscuit. I think that last one might be one of Iris's unfinished snacks.
Oh. Yay.
You got in?
Well, no. I've been in, I'm just saying, like, yay. find people that to do the dungeon I'm doing.
My eye is always drawn to this big metal chest that Mr. Sholmes Iris uses as a coffee table. Isn't that where Iris keeps her very important papers?
Alpha Escape.
It is.
Version
So you'd think they'd be treated with a little more care, really. But only the other day I saw Mr. Sholmes kick it. Oh no! I suppose something must be frustrating him. What a shame to mistreat the furniture, though. Was it damaged? The chest was fine, but Mr. Sholmes was doubled up on the floor in almost 10 minutes. Oh dear. That is a painful tale. I do like this fireplace. It's the one of the best things I've seen since we arrived in this country, in fact. Although, I do yearn for a Japanese kotatsu. Putting your legs under a warm blanketed table is so comfortable. Do be careful, Mr. Naruto. Don't mistakenly put your feet into fire, will you? You suffer terrible burns, you know. I worry sometimes about how Susato-san sees me. Alright, this side of the room is basically done. The viola, Stradivarius. Mr. Sholmes' famous violin, when he found being sold for a song at a pawnbrokery. What's this called again? A Shodi something? Oh yes, the wonderful instrument features in the Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. The world famous Stradivarius. Stradi what? Stradivarius, Mr. Naruto. Strategy, Stragivore. Are you even trying now? I'll come back to this another time, I think. There's all sorts of on these shelves. Chemistry apparatus, books, papers. Lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heated up so high that I can't help but feeling that the whole lot is going to topple at any moment. It looks as though it might topple, and yet it doesn't. An epitome of Mr. Sholmes' brilliance. I don't get it. As it happens, I'm quite well practiced when it comes to stacking shelves myself. The other day, the shelf in my office finally gave way under the strain, though. Looks as though it might topple it, and it does. Yes, the epitome of your disarray. I really don't get it. And lastly, the analytoscope. Finally managed to remember the name of this behemoth's name. The Great Analytoscope. I don't think it was here when I left for Japan, was it? Oh, that's right. Yes, because it was with the pawnbroker. Ah, of course. Oh, that's given me a wonderful idea. I could pawn everything that's on your desk. The office will tidy up at last. Don't even joke about that, Mrs. Sato. You are joking, aren't you? The armband. Mr. Sholmes about this. Tell me, Mr. Naruto. Yeah, tell me, Mr. Naruto. It's the first time you've shown me this particular trinket. Oh, I don't really remember, to be honest. Am I saying that's a collar for
3,538.
That's at least to an hour and a half.
Ugh. It was 4,599. I mean, he could just join the party while he's waiting. He could chat with us while he's waiting, and then leave when he's done. Instead of just sitting there bored.
He's probably worried it might disconnect him, you know. You never know with these queues.
Yeah, true.
Am I saying that's a collar for a breed of miniature canine with a particularly long neck? Were to be precipitated, here we go again from your lips. We could be sure it was not the first time. Deduction, you see, my dear fellow? Deduction. Alright, let's talk to Sholmes. The two visitors. And why are they going to jail? Mr. Sholmes? Who were the two gentlemen that were here before? Oh, just a pair of... just a pair of petty criminals. Nothing of significance. Of course, they had to make their life living somehow. And when the mood takes me, I am willing to turn a blind eye to all matters of infractions. When the mood takes you? All matters of infractions? But when such fellows were set their sights on Mr. Herlock Sholmes, well...
I got pushed off the map.
That's when their luck runs out. Those are always fun. But at least they can revive you now on those maps when that happens.
What? Oh.
Remember when you fall off and that's it, your body was gone and you couldn't get back?
Yeah.
Especially for the whale. When those fellows set their sights on Herlock Sholmes, well, that's when their luck runs out. Oh my! You were the target of a crime, Mr. Sholmes? Well, I quickly devised a plan to entrap him and deliver them to a young detective valet. You should see Gregsy.
That actually was sick.
You should have asked Gregsy to come too. He could have arranged a resting tea party. I did send a word, but no answer was forthcoming. Yeah, if it said Iris had sent that thing, it would have came.
I'm backing up.
The man is constantly in the wrong place at the wrong time. That's the word for it, I'm sure. Ah, I have it. Bungler, that's the word. It's a good job he's not here to hear you say that. So those redheads have been up to no good. Trouble in the neighborhood. I still vaguely remember the Bel Air song. I wonder what the men did. The greatest problem. What are you doing, Hope?
Oh shit. Wow. We all died.
What was that about the greatest problem known to man that you mentioned before? Oh. Is it another fiendishly intricate case, Mr. Sholmes? How should I best explain it? Are you aware of the theory of evolution by natural selection, perchance? Well, I think I've heard the talk of it somewhere. Possibly. It's a revolutionary scientific theory that the newly proposed 40 years ago now. 40 years is not new. According to its author, Mr. Darwin, we humans were once apes who lived in the treetops. Wait, what? We? We were apes? Indeed. From the very moment those apes descended from the canopy to live as humans, it has been our lot to be at the mercy of the greatest problem known to man. Our lot? And what is this great problem, Mr. Sholmes?
Oh, god damn it. I got thrown off again. Fuck.
Why, isn't that obvious, my dear madam? The problem of rent. I.e., he still hasn't gotten the job. A case. Ha. But did you not receive a rather large sum of money from Madame Tuspells only the other day? 8 days ago, in fact. Pshaw, large sum? One pot of her for Iris and a new motor car for me later? And it's all quite disappeared, I assure you. Why the fuck did you get a motor car? And not save anything for the rent? Honestly, Hurley, you know you squandered it. Yes, well, anyway, 2 days ago, I discovered the answer to the man's greatest problem. For the coming month, at least. And what was the answer? Why, there was a substantial clue. Before your very eyes. Don't tell me, let me see. Humans are such sorry creatures, able to see what's right in front of their noses. Let me give you some assistance. Don't look, but observe me very closely. Don't look, but observe me very closely. There's one particular feature of my person that has changed. You should notice in the end, I think. In the end. It was the first thing we noticed. It's been stabbing me in both eyes right in front of my very beginning of the conversation. I think we might need another clue before I uncover the full answer, Mr. Naruhodo. Thanks for the hint. I'll be tearing my hair out of this if this charade goes much longer. The lie you told. Mr. Sholmes, isn't it about time you told us the truth? Just over a week ago, you said to us, I will now tell you something of the first importance of my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you all to remember from that. That case aboard the SS Bruya in January, Cozumel wasn't killed, and you knew he wasn't dead at the time. So what was really going on? The fellow was unconscious for a very long time. If he hadn't regained consciousness when he did, his life would have been in mortal peril. Of course, side effect of the prolonged comatose state was amnesia, as you know now. Know. A simple enough task to silence the crew. But how?
Come on.
After they carried him out of the cabin, I assembled them in the lobby area.
I always get knocked back on that. Like, I'm standing right next to everyone else is, but I get knocked off by everyone else does.
I made them swear to leave him unconscious and have him unlaid from the crew at Hong Kong as a murder corpse.
I'm dead.
Maybe it's one of those you have to be jumping or something, or facing away.
Go tank. Take M.
Oh, how terrible. It was necessary to find some material for which to persuade a crewman to keep their word, of course. But why? Why do it in the first place?
You have to separate them.
So here, like, I checked the next case. I checked the shovel and I finished the shovel trophy finally.
Sorry.
The thing is, I still don't know anything about the latter ones.
The latter one was like in the
Put
museum.
stance on and
That's the only time I found it.
Yeah, I found it one time in one episode, like upstairs or something, and that was it.
Tanks. I don't know when I was playing a DPS, I should be playing a fucking tank right now.
That's all. But why do it in the first place? Why do it? I will be at liberty to elaborate in due course. But for the time being, I would like to reassure you. I didn't foresee subsequent events. What events? His disappearance from Hong Kong. Oh. I believe I may have made a gross error of judgment. Mr. Sholmes? Alright, is that it? And no Iris to talk to?
Dude, really? You're a tank, you have arms. Everyone has arms like that. You just pop it. Comes back.
Are you sure you asked everything you need to? Yeah, there's nothing else to ask. For now. Yeah, until we have something to present, we have nothing else to ask. The Lord Chief Justice's office. First November, British Supreme Court. Lord Chief Justice's office. Ooh. Here are the final draft opening addresses for tomorrow's proceedings. I supplement your originals with figures you asked for from the yard. Oh, I see. Excellent work, thank you. You're welcome, my lord. What's Lord Van Zeek's doing here? My, there's to be awful tension here, wouldn't you say? This place is stifling enough as it is. You don't really need any more tension. My apologies, I didn't notice you come in. I didn't notice you come in. Your small statue and your dark mask make you all but invisible to me. Oh, no, it's entirely my fault for wearing black, I'm sure.
Wait, I died from that? Oh, shit.
From now on, you must dress in white from head to toe whenever you come here. Now then, Mr. Naruto. Yes, my lord, I'm right here. ... kill me now. There's something wrong. Perhaps it's a little too hot in here for you. Oh, no, not at all. I mean, I've never experienced a room with such a perfect temperature. If you're sure that the beads of sweat covering away down your face seems to suggest otherwise. The daggers you're staring at me with, mainly. As you are no doubt aware, the International Forensic Science Symposium begins tomorrow. In fact, your father arrived in London earlier today, I hear, madam. Oh, yes, that's right, my lord. He's extremely honored to have been invited. I'll leave the remaining preparations of our meeting in your capable hands, then, Lord Van Zeeks. I will attend at once. He gave you a very cold stare as he left, didn't he? I know, but I haven't done anything. Have I? These past few days have been my feet have barely touched the ground, I must say. My dedicated right hand for many years was recently put out of action in a spectacular fashion. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is your left hand still a surface? Mr. Naruto, he was talking about Dr. Saif. Ah, of course. Terribly sorry about that. I'm terribly sorry about that. It's just, fear not, you've done nothing wrong. Dr. Saif's own wrongdoings precipitated the situation. You needn't concern yourselves with it any further. That would be a lot easier to do if it weren't from the piercing stare you've given me. You got the little one, she'll definitely follow that. It should be somewhere around there.
Around here earlier. That makes you move it.
Yeah, it should be either in that hallway or around the litter box, but... Lord Van Zeeks is doing an admirable job of holding the fort. Though disturbingly, his apprentice has been missing since yesterday. Oh, missing? What's become of Kazuma-sama now? Well, we know it's Kazuma. You couldn't read all these books even if you were reincarnated 6 times over as a bookworm. Can Lawrence Strongheart really have read all these? Thinking about it, Father's study is full of books that look as though they've never been read, too. Oh, really? Peddlers of books are forever pushing their wares on him, you see. And I think he's just too kind-hearted to refuse him. There's a phrase in Britain for that in Britain. People who say that they saw him coming. Makes me wonder perhaps the vast number of books in the shelves on here are a sign of Lord Strongheart's overwhelming kind-heartedness. I'm not sure you could afford to have a kind heart if you kept the Lord Van Zeeks in line, would you? These very European suits of armor are glaring at each other from across the carpet, I see. And they feel like guardians of the Lord Chief Justice's office. No? I suppose they're rather like the lion dogs that guard the shrines. The same conversation before. Aren't they a bit too human to be called lion dogs? You know, it's a dream of mine to keep 2 cats one day. I feel as though we got off a bit from tangent, don't you? As ever, the enormous clock is diligently maintaining its rhythmic tick-tocking today. Watching machinery at work can be quite mesmerizing, can it? Ironically, you can completely forget the time. What I particularly enjoy is watching the enormous wheels of steam locomotive turning. When I was a little girl, grandmother often used to take me to watch them at the railway engines, you know? It's an open fire for me. I just sit and watch the flames for hours. Mr. Naruto, we could install one in the office. Enormous wheel, trimmed by an enormous steam engine. Perhaps we could start with a simple fireplace. Just sitting behind that desk must make you feel so important, don't you think? Would you like to have an office like this, Mr. Naruto? Such a grand desk? Who, me? No. I don't think so. Oh? Well, imagine you suddenly feel yourself needing to do the toilet. You'd have so far to go. Dot dot dot. How true. Perhaps the important people who work on an ostentatious office like this haven't considered such things. I'm gonna take that as a compliment. Alright. Could I show you this, Lord Strongheart? I'm the Lord Chief Justice. I'm not here to offer advice about evidence. Oh. Same thing as last time. Especially when the evidence in question is so dull. Ah, so that's the real reason. Alright. Conversation starters. The Forensic Science Symposium. Not long ago, a number of visitors from the Great Exhibition exceeded 30 million. Nice. 6 million. City of 6 million having 30 million visitors. 30 million? Are you even that many people in the world? Oh, yes, there's more than that. As a comparison, Mr. Naruto, the population of the imperial capital Tokyo is 2 million. I will be opening an International Forensic Science Symposium in the exhibition's main auditorium. This event has been 2 years in the making. 2 years of preparations, negotiations with other countries. It sounds like a tremendous achievement. Congratulations. The 20th century still see the whole adoption of forensic investigation techniques. The cooperation between police organizations around the globe will be essential. Which is why this landmark first symposium will be hosted here at the heart of the Great British Empire. In the order that Scotland Yard will become the leading investigative organization in the New World. What about America? He is the same as ever, I see. The passion of his is quite something. You're every bit as passionate yourself in your own way, I'm sure, Mr. Naruhodo. I am the only person in this country who truly cares about a future that embraces forensic science. It was my intention that Her Majesty's Attorney General to become Her Majesty's Attorney General and reform this yard from the ground up. So the disgrace of the forensic science team has been a bitter blow to my ambitions. The forensic science investigation team. Yep, how they just follow along because they demanded complete loyalty, right? The forensic investigation team. I first established the forensic investigation team a year ago, experimentally to start with. With Dr. Sive at the helm, it was steady accruing an impressive record of achievement. I was on the verge of changing the name and elevating its status to a full-blown forensic investigation department. And can you not do that now? Obviously, nobody wants to hear anything about it at the moment. Even I can't keep up the story out of the papers. 6 million Londoners will be cursing forensic science now. This incident will set back the country's advancement for the field for a good 10 years, I'd say. Unintended repercussions of the trial. We simply could not have overlooked what happened, though. Of course not. We should all be grateful to you both. Also would have kept going. Anyway, I'll still reform this country's policing when I become Attorney General. It might delay my plans, but it won't alter them. Nothing will stand in my way. Missing Kazuma. About Lord Van Ziek's apprentice. Oh yes, that came as a surprise to me, I must say. That you and he are old friends. How did he become an apprentice of Lord Van Ziek's in the first place? ... It came about 3 months ago. An unidentified Asian man was apprehended by border police. Border police, huh? They found him hiding aboard a large goods vessel. Oh my. So he stowed away to get here. He had no papers to identify him, no passport. He was suffering from amnesia too. Other than the fact he was clearly Eastern descent, there were no clues as to who he was. So I decided to assign him to Lord Van Ziek's. That way I could keep an eye on him. But then why the mask? I didn't want to burden Lord Van Ziek's with tiresome explanations about why he had an Eastern apprentice. Because he would be so much easier to explain why he was wearing a mask. He is proving to be a great help to Lord Van Ziek's. I have high hopes for his future. By the way, do you know where he's gone? No idea. But I believe he's left London for the time being. Oh. Take it you also didn't know. That the man's father was one of our country's most infamous criminals, I mean. Genshin Asagi. Dunk, Kazuma's father's crimes. I think we'll finish up this conversation and we'll stop there for next time. I want to eat some dinner. Kazuma's father's crimes. What we learned from the trial 8 days ago is a huge shock. Finding out my friend's father was... Ah yes, Genshin Asagi. The professor case 10 years ago caused a great stir here in Britain. There were such awful murders and unprecedented, using a ferocious dog as a murder weapon. No one would have believed the culprit was a foreign student invited was a foreign student invited to study here by the government. So the true identity of the killer couldn't be made public then. It can't be made public now. Nobody in your country knows it was him. Neither do the citizens of London. The main motivation to avoid aggravating relations between the two nations at the time, I understand. Correct. However, it has been noted that there was some supporters of Professor's apparent cause. Supporters? What? Supporters of mass murder? The majority of the man's victims were blight on the aristocracy of the day. Somewhat ironically, their deaths actually benefited society as a whole. Or so a few thinkers of London believed anyways. Right, I see, but it was still murder, wasn't it? ... It seems very similar, doesn't it? To the idea of the Reaper of the Bailey. Yes, it does. He understands. ... Alright, let's move on to the Waterloo Hotel. Maybe something happened here. No? What do we gotta ask here? Oh, we didn't check the tea. Iris's pretty tea set as beautiful as ever. Look. As beautiful as ever. Look. Well, it's only by careful taking a tea so that we can make good tea. Is that a round table way of telling me I need to tidy up my desk? Oh, Mr. Naruto, do you overthink things at times? Ah, that right there. Mask caused my war when he was assigned to the Lord Van Zeeks as his apprentice. When he cast it aside on a trial the other day, I just sort of picked it up. We had to give it back to him, I suppose. But he has his memory back now, doesn't he? I can't help but feeling it's my turn around and tell me that coldly to wear it myself. But isn't he your best friend? So about the mask then. It's not evidence, but what are we missing? The paper. That's new. Looks like last week's edition. It looks like last week's edition. What's that article circle in red there? An advertisement column. It says, "To the Red-Handed League." The Red-Handed League? What's that? I don't know. Never heard of it before, but it's something on my face. Clearly this has something to do with that lively hair. Red-Handed League article has been added to the court record. Ah, that's what we were missing. There's a title to the Red-Handed League is somewhat suspicious in nature. To the Red-Handed League, the account on the bequest of the late Ezekiel Hopkins of Lebanon, Pennsylvania, USA. There is another vacancy open that entitles a member of the league to a salary of £4 per week for purely nominal services. A red-handed men who are sound in body and mind and above the age of 21 years are eligible. Apply in person on the morning of the 31st. at the large park in Lime Street. Get £4 per week if you're a redheaded. So he wants to get money because he's red-haired. The Redheaded League. Well then. Looks as though someone circled an advertisement in the paper. This paper, Mr. Sholmes. To the Redheaded League, huh? Does that strike you in some way? I was thinking just maybe it might be related to your bright red hair. Heh. So, at last you've learned to apply my methods, Mr. Naruto. Sorry? First instance, and quite indispensable. Observation. Believe me, I could have seen that hair with my eyes shut. So then, allow me to regale to you with the details of my latest exploits. Regale or boast? Alright, this is the main plot, and I think that's a good stopping point. Thank you all for coming in and hanging out lurking. Thank you all for wishing me the happy 3-year anniversary for joining both Extra Life and becoming a Twitch affiliate. Hope you all have a good night. Be sure to check out my socials so you can stay up to date on stream changes and read the random stuff I post. So let's see who's on the raid.